Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn with you, getting you a few steps closer to the weekend.
Almost there.
Yeah, we get beautiful weather. We got the Giants hitting bombs in Chicago after a game
Holy crap,
started
dude.
with a delay. Back-to-back days. The Giants put up 12 yesterday. Ended up winning at 12-9, but it was 5 runs in the
Got dicey there.
ninth inning. Yeah.
Got dicey there.
And a chance for the
Not
Brewers.
this one, though.
Brewers to tie. This one never out of hand for the Giants as they win it 18-3.
Wow.
They dealt 7 home runs. And Matt Chapman, 8 RBIs today. He's got 15 on the road trip. Anthony Garcia sitting in the bullpen with us today. He's cutting the sound. He said he saw a note on Twitter that said that's the most RBIs in a game for a Giant in San Francisco ever. Or maybe the most ever in the San Francisco era for a Giant. I was like, damn, Willie Mays never drove an 8 in a game?
One single game?
4 homers in a game once.
I know it was a collective weekend. Luis Matos a couple of Mays ago.
Yeah, that was a whole weekend where he went off.
But just one game.
We'd have to look that up. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll confirm that. Bottom line is the Giants put up 18 runs today, 19 hits after 20 hits yesterday. First time since June of 2000 that the Giants have scored 12 or more runs in back-to-back games. That's according to the Derek Papa Institute of Research.
I had to look at a lot of box scores.
So we're just going with that. You were...
I went through. I was just curious because when's the last time they scored 12 runs
You
in back-to-back games?
said that to me out loud, and then I didn't see you. You went into the bullpen back
I looked
there.
at a lot of baseball reference.
Derek just started hitting.
And I was like, okay, not 2012, not 2011, not 2010, going 2000. There we go.
The Derek Papa Institute of Research.
It took a while.
The Giants score 12 or more runs in back-to-back games for the first time since 2000. I guess my question for Giants fans is, it's so opposite these last 2 games. And again, it's 2 games. And, of course, the one where they put up 19 in Colorado.
Yeah.
The final day, but that's to avoid a sweep after almost getting shut out.
And it's in Colorado.
It's in Colorado after almost getting shut out and melting down on the Friday night.
Right.
Giving up 5 runs in the bottom of the 9th en route to a walk-off loss. How do fans feel about these games? Like, they're fun to watch. Don't get me wrong.
It gives you hope.
It beats the ladder. It's like Nuke Lelouch says it in Bull Durham. He goes, man, I love winning, man. It's just like so much better than losing. You're like, yeah, man, you got it. But when you win like this, like, I guess the question I would have for fans, because it's something I feel too, I get excited when I see this happening.
Of course.
And again, nobody thought the Giants were going to come out and hit 7 homers a game and score 18 and bang 20 hits a game. But it's that we saw this team being more of having that ability or having that possibility that they could hang 8 or 9 runs on you at any given point, that they would be able to hit up and down the lineup. And Dave Fleming was talking about it on the postgame wrap there with FP and Hunter Pence and Joe Rizzo. He said, it just feels like they've had more team at bats. And I know what he means by that. It's getting guys on, getting guys over, right? It's not that they're like drawing a ton more walks. They're hitting the ball to places that they need to in the field. They're scoring runs when a guy gets on second base. And of course, the home runs have been a factor. It's just that we thought this team was going to be capable of hitting a lot more of those or doing more of this.
Right.
So I guess my question to fans, with this frustrating, and again, they're still 12 games under, 26 and 38.
Yep.
Is that what they are right now? Still 12 under. Like, you got 42 games now until the trade deadline. That takes you up until the deadline is Monday, August 3rd, as the Giants start a 3-game series in Texas.
Right.
You got a long way to go just to be 500 by the deadline. So I guess what I'm wondering is, like, how are fans feeling and watching games like this as it's a part of this bigger season? Like, is it what you feel like, hey, this is what we've been waiting for, they can keep doing this, they've got the tools, they've got the pieces to put this together and maybe bang enough to get back in it? I don't think they've got enough pitching anyway to get back in it.
They don't.
What I'm saying is to get back to 500, because that's the only next step, right? If you're viewing this season as not a loss yet, you're going, there's 97 games to play, then for the next half of those games, about 42 until the trade deadline, what needs to happen? And pretty cut and dry, you got to get to 500.
These games are fun. These games give you hope about what this team could be and what they should be.
What they should have been is kind of what I feel like. Yeah.
And this is like the equivalent of, like, say, the 49ers scoring 49 points in a game. It's not going to happen every game, but you see the potential offensively. Coming into the season, we thought that they would score runs. Adding Luis Arise, what they had, a year ago in that trade with Rafael Devers, a year under his belt as a Giant, that should lead to something more offensively. We knew that the bullpen was a question mark. We knew the days that Tyler Mahle and Adrian Houser that were going to pitch, that was going to be a little questionable. So, to me, things don't change in the grand scheme of things for this season. It's not a lost year. It's a year that's another developmental year, honestly, and I know fans don't want to hear that, but
I think fans are okay hearing that. That's the problem is we haven't heard it. We were told the opposite. I don't think fans don't want to hear that. I think especially at this point.
At this point, it is to me. And this is where Bryce Eldridge grows and everybody else in the roster that's young and upcoming. But this is where the offense should come into its own and turn a corner here. And I'm not expecting 18 runs a game from here on out, but a little more life where, yes, the bullpen's going to be the bullpen. The rotation's going to be okay. I think that we can feel a little more confident in Logan Webb. We'll see about Robbie Ray and Landon Roop. I still think we're leading in the direction of them being traded, Robbie Ray and Luis Arise. But can this team be fun the rest of the way and build towards something for the future? Yeah. That's what I'm looking at.
Well, and the interesting part about that, and again, is build towards the future, though, with still a lot of the same pieces you have. It's not like you're moving off of Chapman. He's clearly raising his average. He had 3 hits yesterday, 15 RBIs on the road trip. But a lot of this has come in big bursts, you know what I mean, for the Giants. They're not spreading it out over a series of games. As we told you, first time they've scored 12 runs or more in back-to-back games since June of 2000. That's according to the texter here who came up with an official name for
this is pretty good.
For Derek's Research Institute. The Derek Research, what is it? The Derek Institute of Research and Technology. It's an acronym. DIRT. Yeah, DIRT, yeah.
I like that.
Derek Dirt, dude. No relation to Joe. Anyway, what I would ask then again is to your point exactly. Like, are you resigned as a fan to that this is a dud season and you can get some development out of this in guys like Trevor McDonald and Bryce Eldridge who continues to swing the bat and draw walks? Is that how you're viewing this season with Casey Schmidt hitting his, 14th, 15th home run of the season today?
God, we're at 15 now?
Is it 14 or 15? I think did he hit 2 today or did he hit 1?
2.
He had 2 then.
Yesterday was 13. We're at 15 now.
Jonah Cox had 1, 2 from Chapman, 2 from Adonis.
Yeah. God, we're 5 away. I remember the beginning of the season, John Dickinson was like, I think that Casey Schmidt could be a guy that hits 20 home runs. And I was like, is he going to get enough at-bats to do that?
Dude, I had 35 home runs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, at the pace that he's at right now.
Right now, he's your all-star for the Giants.
Yeah.
So,
and a rise, maybe. He's like second or third in the league in batting.
Yeah. But, again, I think we're still trending in the direction. They're 12 games below 500. It's a lot of ground to make up here. But can this be a fun, entertaining season to build upon something for the future? And, yes, that's something that we weren't told a year ago. Like Buster Posey said, it's time to go. That means expectations for championships, to get to the playoffs. But I don't think this is that type of team. It's a team that's learning to win and learning how to score runs, and then we'll learn how they can be a bullpen and a pretty good complete rotation going forward.
The rotation of the pitching is what gives me pause about any of it. Because again, I told you, I still think Devers is a piece. I don't believe that guy's just not going to be who he's been for the first nearly decade of his career. They just don't have enough to compete. So that's what I'm more like. It's not really somebody said, Cope, stop. They're just adding value to trades. Dude, I'm not saying I'm buying in because of 2 wins.
I want to know if you guys are buying in.
I'm asking how you view this season because as a fan, dude, I love to see this. This is fun to see when your team, I couldn't believe they just kept hitting home runs. Every ball hit into the air seemed to leave the yard. And for a while, the Cubs had 1 hit. Robbie Ray really wasn't sharp at all today. And a couple of times it could have gotten out of hand, but they made some plays behind him, and he was able to get out of a couple of innings where he walked 2 guys. And
he walked a lot today, but only 2 hits allowed, right?
Yeah, but I think he had 5 walks issued.
I mean, he hasn't been fantastic.
That's kind of my point.
But you know what? It wasn't a problem today.
Yeah, so how are you guys as fans viewing the season from this point on? Do you view it as it's kind of a dud loss season in terms of competing this year, despite what we hoped would be a jump forward? But you're excited about the young guys? Or do you see games like this and go, no, I think they have enough to get back in it. They're capable of being a team like the Cleveland Guardians were 2 years ago, or the Detroit Tigers 2 years ago.
Or the Phillies
Guardians
this year.
Yeah, the Phillies turned it around early, and now they're over 500 in a couple of games out of first.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's a little bit different for them. They've also got a much better, higher-powered, consistent, steady, proven roster.
Well, they made a managerial change, and this is, in my opinion, a change with Hector Borg for the better for the Giants right now.
Dude, you think this is on board? You think this is on board, dude? Ever since Borg left, they're just scoring runs, man.
This is the Gary Pettis effect right now.
Pettis got in a lot of high fives and handshakes.
First game today, right, for Pettis?
Way to go, Pettis, dude.
Yeah,
1-0 in the Pettis era. Yeah. Niners were never 1-0 in the Pettis era.
Oh, no. Well, Niners weren't. Chicago Bears were.
Yeah, dude, the Chicago Bears were against the Niners when Pettis caught that touchdown from Fields.
Yeah.
Man, Greenlaw hit him on the sideline, dude. Got that flag.
Not a great game.
We're going to talk about this one. I bet Richie will be happy to talk about it today. Rich Aurelio, one of our favorite dudes, joins us at 4:30.
From Mexico City today.
Hell yeah, dude. All right. Is he scouting where the Niners are going to play?
No, he's watching his son in a golf tournament.
Oh, okay.
And I'm sure he's watching tomorrow his Johnny's, St. John's, in the baseball tournament. Yeah.
In the College Baseball World Series.
Yes.
Rich Aurelio joins us at 4:30 from Mexico City. Andy Baggerly joins us at 4:50, covers the Giants for The Athletic. 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. The Giants win at 18-3 after putting up 12 runs yesterday, 19 more hits, 7 home runs. Matt Chapman with 8 RBIs today. He's got 15 on the road trip. He hits a grand slam and a 3-run homer. Adames hits 2 home runs. By the way, Jonah Cox, I put out the tweet to our guy Josh Dubois of the AP. I got to know, how many guys in history have gotten their first big league hit off of a position player and their first big league home run in a different situation off of a position player? Can't be a long list. Jonah Cox did that today for his first big league bomb. 808-KMBR, the number to call and to text. Reaction to this Giants win. And how does it make you feel? Does it frustrate you because this was kind of what they should have been or capable of this more frequently in terms of putting up big numbers and crooked numbers and hitting the ball out of the yard? Or do you say, hey, we can have some fun and develop some players? It's a lost year. 808-KMBR, dirty work rolls on the Sports Leader.
I love winning, man. I fucking love winning. You hear what I'm saying? It's like better than losing.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Chapman, at the very least, looking to elevate a ball deep enough into the outfield. The 1-0, he swings and drives this one out to left center. Crow Armstrong is back. He's at the track, looking up. It is another Giants grand slam. Matt Chapman joins the party.
We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
Nice work
true.
with Lou Brown there, Danny. Dirty work on a Friday after the Giants get a win to start the weekend right, 18-3. They hammer the Cubs, 7 home runs, another big grand slam. You heard it there from Matt Chapman. After the Giants had a grand slam yesterday with Eric Haas. We got into the game in left field. You had Jung Hoo Lee go from right to center, back to right. Jonah Cox came in. He hit a home run off a position player, his first of his big league career. You get 2 from Willie Adames, one that goes out onto Waveland Avenue that leaves the ballpark. Casey Schmidt hits 2 more and absolutely tattooed one of them. It was a fun day at Wrigley Field. There was a lot of Giants fans out there. Marcus Boucher's out there.
Nice.
I got Jack Loaders out there hanging out in the bleachers. That'd be a fun game.
Yeah. Loaders out there?
Yeah, you don't like it as much now?
No.
You're not feeling
Although
it?
18 runs, 18? Nice.
Check this out from Sarah Langs. S. Langs on Sports. She does a lot of work with the MLB and the MLB Network. Matt Chapman's 8 RBIs are the most ever by a San Francisco Giant in a single game.
Good for him,
How
man.
about that? 15 on the road trip. His 8 RBIs are tied for third most by a Giants player in a game since the RBI became an official stat in 1920, behind only 1944's Phil Weintraub.
That was his name?
That was his name. He drove an 11 in a game on April of 1944. And then, of course, how could you forget, back in September of 1925, drove in 9 in a game, Irish Musel.
Oh, Irish.
He drank an Irish breakfast tea before every at-bat.
The thing is, he wasn't Irish, though. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, dude. I looked him up, dude. Irish Musel from Oakland, California.
He's
How about
definitely
that?
not Irish, though.
Born in Oakland, man.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, Matt Chapman, like, this season's been tough for him. What is it? Only his 2 today, so he's got, 4 on the season, 5 on the season, whatever it is. He was struggling for a long time this season.
4 now, maybe. Yeah.
4 now. I mean, 15 RBIs on this road trip. And again, we talked about with Susan Slusser yesterday, the death threats, all that stuff. Like, fans just take it too far sometimes. I've loved Matt Chapman for a long time, watching him from the Oakland A's, going, bouncing around for a while, and now with the San Francisco Giants. This is not him for the most part this season. It's just frustrating to watch. So I'm glad he was the last guy, in my opinion, to figure things out offensively this year. So if he can get his groove back, and Eldridge is coming to his own, all these guys, Rafael Devers had a great May, kind of fallen off a little bit of late, but I think the offense can get going where they're respectable, where they're putting up runs and they look like the team that we expected them to be. I'm still not anticipating the bullpen to be figured out. Every now and then, yes, you'll see good performances from Keaton Winn or Caleb Killian, but the bottom line is I just don't trust this bullpen. I don't think that Buster Posey is going to make any big changes before the trade deadline to add to it. I think, if anything, he's going to trade away Luis Arraez and Robbie Ray. But, as I said before, can this team just be fun? Can we just have a fun season the rest of the time, where in June, July, and August we're not screaming our heads off and we're bitching about what's going on with Buster Posey? Can this be a fun season where you look to the future a little bit more? And I know that fans want to win right now. I get it. The last 5 years have been mediocre at best. But can it just be where you salvage the season a little bit? Not for playoffs, but just for respectability.
Respectability, fine. Like, that's something you want. And Tony Vitello talked about that. I think that's a big thing probably for him in his first season. But like a texter here, 510 checks in and says, since Cope said the Giants were absolute garbage, the Giants have made him eat his words. Maybe an apology is in order.
Eat those words, Copes. Eat it.
If he is man enough. and by the way,
you man enough?
Ready, here's the response I got. I responded back and I said, okay, first of all, I did say they were garbage after they struck out to... And dude, honestly, I don't even like saying that word like that. I try not to say things like that. I don't like calling like players trash or like that's honestly not. I will say this. I shouldn't have said garbage. I was beside myself still that they were just losing games. Yeah, but remember I said I'm not even really pissed. More like impressive how bad they've been.
Yeah,
like they couldn't do anything.
But honestly, though, you have been pissed for this season.
Yeah, I've been really frustrated because it's not. I said this many times. It's not just about this season. It's about the seasons that led up to this.
Of course.
So everybody who's saying he's a Farhan apologist, he loves Farhan. It's not what I'm saying. My point is like, It didn't work. I knew it was time to move on. I was down to move on. I didn't want Gabe Kapler here. I was down for Melvin. A lot of the moves they've made, I've agreed with. They haven't worked out. I'm not responsible for answering for those moves. I'm responsible for commenting on what happens.
Yeah.
And I'm a fan. I'm going to keep going. So that 510 texter comes back. And I said, I responded. I said, dude, they're still 12 games under and in fourth place.
They are, yeah.
Like, I'm not going to, I said, LOL. So I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These 2 days felt pretty good. It also got dicey in the ninth yesterday. But as Dieter Kurtenbach tweeted a little bit ago, he said, I'm not trying to rain on the parade. And I was like, sure, Dieter. Dieter, he's like, dude, I got some rain in my pocket if you need it.
Yeah.
What, do you got a parade over there? I got some rain for you. Dieter said not to rain on the parade because for the Giants, like if you're somebody like this 5-0 texter who says, quite the lame comment, Copes, and extremely offensive to a 60-year-old Giants fan.
Why is that?
I don't know why the Giants record.
Because you're telling everybody like this is hopeless?
I'm offended by the Giants record too. I didn't even say it was hopeless. I asked the question of how fans are feeling about it. What I would say in perspective, while they're still 12 games under, right? I don't think I should have to apologize until they get to 500. You know what I mean? Because like they dug the hole. Why do I have to apologize while they're still bad?
And it's really only 2 games, guys.
Yeah. So what I would say is like I'll apologize when they get to 500. And I'll say you guys aren't garbage. You guys are okay. So here's the thing though.
You're rubbish.
To get to 500 by the trade deadline, which again would be
August 3rd.
Monday, August the 3rd. They will have just finished a 3-game series with the Padres on Sunday, August 2nd, and on my sister's birthday.
Nice.
So that's 42 more games.
Yeah.
They'd be at the 106 game mark, so they need to get to 500 at 53 and 53. Do we think this team's capable of playing 27 and 15 ball over the next 42?
I haven't seen it, so
Can
no.
they go 12 games over the next 42? And even then, what are you staving off? Do you have the pitching to even do that? What Dieter's point is if 88 wins get you a playoff berth, if you're somebody who still believes that, like this texter is very offended by me acknowledging that the Giants are 12 games under 500.
Don't tell me the facts, Copes.
And not apologies. They also said they hope they take my press pass to the game since they're absolute garbage. Well, to get to 88 wins, they'd have to play 102 pace ball, is what Dieter was saying.
Yeah.
You'd have to blow the doors off the rest of the season.
I don't think that's
To
happening.
get to 88 wins.
No, I don't think that's happening.
26, you know?
I mean, days like today,
52 more wins by my, or 62 more wins by my math.
we're not trying to yuck your yum. If you love Giants baseball, well, I mean, of course you do. You listen to us and you're going to the ballpark. Enjoy this and enjoy these games. Enjoy, moments like this. Enjoy yesterday. It's just that it's hard for us to believe that they can do this on a continuous basis because we haven't seen it. And it's not just this season. It's been previous seasons since 2022. So I get it. If I was a fan too, I would be ecstatic about what I saw today. But I'd also be disappointed because why isn't this happening, consistently this year? Why did we start the season off where we looked terrible offensively? And that's just, the ups and downs of a baseball season. I totally get that. But for the most part, they've been a disappointment. But now they're getting their groove a little bit. It's hard for me to believe that the pitching will come around. I don't believe in their starting rotation besides Webb, Roop, and Ray. And then we'll probably see Ray traded away. I don't believe in the bullpen right now. So I think we're starting to see the team we expected to see, which at best, in my opinion, was mediocre.
Yeah. I think they've been worse than mediocre. That's my point. Is like, I don't think
they're getting to mediocre status
now. We're going to
now.
that we're negative. I'm like, I'm negative. They're in the negative.
Yeah.
Like they're 12 under. I can enjoy these games, still root for this team, and be frustrated that like they haven't made progress. I was also really frustrated with the things we were told about, like Bryce Eldridge and whatnot. But dude, today was an awesome day. It's just that when it happens in bunches like this, it leaves you wanting. Like, have we really already forgotten what happened a week ago today in Colorado? That's part of where they've fallen to. They've got to dig out of this hole. They've got to prove to us something they haven't done since they got Devers. What are they now? 22 under, I think, is their record since they got Rafael Devers, or 23 under, something like that. And it's more just like in that stretch of play, once you got a player that was considered one of the best hitters in the game, things had kind of fallen apart. So you made changes. The changes have to this point not really worked out. And so I'm like, I don't think I'm wrong to be negative when they're in fourth place, 12 games under, and on pace to not be a playoff team yet again, despite being told as fans, it's time to go. So that's where my frustration and negativity comes from. It comes from wanting to win, continuing to root for and watch every one of these games. But I'm not responsible for the losing.
No.
I'm not responsible for having to sugarcoat things. Like, yes, we are the flagship, and I'm a fan.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here. I want this thing to go well. But when it doesn't, I'm going to do what I heard Ralph Barbieri do. What about Saltalamacchia?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we're going to throw crap at the wall, dude. And when things are going bad, everybody kind of turns on each other. I've said this before.
Yeah.
You got people we're eating each other alive because we're all frustrated, and people just want to be happy and hopeful. I'm like, I'm in general a pretty optimistic guy, but I'm also a realist. And what I've seen over the last 2 years in beyond that is the same sort of nonsensical lack of growth and development.
Yeah.
And so then when you have pieces like Eldridge and they're like, well, he's going to be a bench guy. And now he's clearly not. He's clearly their everyday dude.
Yeah.
At DH for the most part. Except
Tony was caught in a moment where he just said
except
that.
when Buddy Kennedy has to get his hacks. You know what I mean? But I'm like, dude, these are things I'm excited for. These are things I'm hopeful for. But to this point, I'm going to call out and point out what has and has not worked. And one 18-run day or 30 runs in 2 days make me happy, but I'd rather score like 30 runs over 5. I'd rather score 5 runs in a game for like 5 straight days. You know what I mean? That's the problem, is there's no consistency. So for me to have faith in the way that I believe that they're capable of some kind of run or going deeper than they are now, what I've said before is we got to see it for weeks on end.
Yes.
We got to know that this offense is capable of carrying the team. Otherwise, why wouldn't, like, the same with the Niners. Didn't our level of belief change as you realize, hey, the offense is capable of doing this. Mac can do this. Now Brock's back. He can do this. Now they're scoring more. Like, you started to feel like, okay, the defense isn't there.
Right.
Just like the pitching. In baseball, though, sometimes you can outslug teams. I just don't think they have the arms to do it. They also have to prove that they can outslug teams in my mind, to a 500 record by the trade deadline. And that if they're at 500 at the deadline, no matter what they do, you feel like, okay, you're in the mix with 40 or 50 something games left.
Right.
You know what I mean? At the 106 mark, 50 some odd games left. You'd be like, hey, we could make this happen potentially. You could sneak in if you got hot at the right time at the end of the season, but you can't even have that opportunity unless you get to 500. And so for me, if they play like this, yeah, of course they're capable of 27 and 15 over the next 42.
But when's
the last time they had a stretch like that? It was before they got Devers last year. So nothing they've shown me proves that's a consistent thing. This to me seems more like an anomaly. It's sort of weird.
No, it is. And this happens on the road every now and then with the Giants. And the texter just said right now, like, let's see what happens when they come on home. It's a different deal offensively. Their offensive explosions usually happen on the road. So, yeah, to me, it's fun to see what they've become the last few days. But I don't know if it's just going to be there all the time. Like, we see this all, we've seen it the last few weeks, we've seen the last few years where they have these unbelievable performances and then they lose 16-2 to Milwaukee. Like, it's just so inconsistent in a week's play. So to expect them to be this team that's going to get hot all of a sudden, I'll believe it when I see it. But as I said before, I think it's going to be the same deal where they're on the path of selling at the deadline when it comes to Robbie Ray and Luis Arraez. Could they be a better team offensively as the season goes on? Absolutely. But I don't think they're going to just turn around when they're suddenly in contention to make a wild card spot. I do not see that happening.
408 says the text line, they say, to paraphrase Norm Macdonald, it's not the hypocrisy, it's the losing.
Yeah.
That's the
That's
worst
what really
part.
hurts.
What really hurts is all the losing. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and text if you got thoughts on the Giants. Somebody else asked me if I would give a half-assed apology if the Giants get a sweep. All right, I'll agree. If the Giants sweep somebody, I'll give a half-assed apology.
Okay.
But it's got to be a 3-gamer. Like a real 3-game sweep. We'll get to more of your thoughts and calls on the Giants, who won today 18-3, high water mark of the season. Hey, 3's a streak, 3-0 in their last 3. We'll get more of this next and talk to Rich Aureli at 4:30 on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here talking about one of our favorite things. I'd say one of our favorite things on the show in general, and that is Taco Bell. Who doesn't love Taco Bell? And if you love Taco Bell, maybe you've done this already, but if you haven't, what are you waiting for? Download the Taco Bell app to unlock rewards and exclusive Taco Bell access. Plus, you'll earn points on every order in the app, on a kiosk, or in a drive-thru. Plus, by joining the Taco Bell Rewards program, just by signing up, they'll give you a free food item. It'll be a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. Not to mention you get exclusive insider access to limited time offers and drops. And is there a better place than to redeem those points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? There's not. It's a great location just off 3rd and Townsend. It's a block from the ballpark. Great spot for a pregame bite and drink before walking over to the yard. If you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by. Get a beer, get a crunchy taco, maybe a beefy 5-layer burrito. Any one of those is good. Or you can check out the brand new Taco Bell Cantina in Fisherman's Wharf. Cold drinks and good food. Your taste buds will thank you. And as always, don't forget to live Moss.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Holy crap. The Giants have another scoring bonanza. A day after scoring 12 runs in Milwaukee, they put up 18 in Chicago. 7 home runs, 2 from Chapman, 2 from Adames, 2 from Schmidt, and 1 from Cox. Is the offense starting to figure things out? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Ska Friday. Horns always sound good when the sun's out. Going to be a beautiful weekend in San Francisco.
Nice.
Italian Festival in North Beach. You got the Union Street Fair going on over in the marina. Should be a good weekend across the Bay Area and in San Francisco.
Is this in the calendar?
I don't know. I haven't seen the calendar. As you know, I get the calendar and find out what's in it.
Oh, yeah.
After, like, I find out what everybody else does.
Yeah, it's like Stefan on SNL back in the day.
808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. The Giants win at 18-3. We're going to catch up with Rich Aurelia and Andy Baggerly in just a few. But let's go out to the phone lines here. Ken is in San Ramon. Thoughts on the Giants over the last few games? Has, like, your opinion changed because of a 3-game win streak? Ken, you're on the sports leader.
Hey, thanks, guys. Love your show.
Thanks,
no,
man.
my opinion hasn't changed. You know, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over and think it's going to give you a different result. This is the same team this year that we had last year, which was a 500 team. So that's the first thing. They're a 500 team. I don't know why anybody's surprised. Maybe being 12 under isn't good, but this was never going to be a good team. Second, give Buster and Tony more than 1 year to turn it around based on the same comment. And that's really what I've got to say. I love hearing you guys. I've been a fan since there was Mays and McCovey.
Nice.
Through, Johnny Disaster and, I don't know, the Counts. So, longtime fan. Love listening to you guys. Thanks.
Appreciate the call, Ken. It's wild, too. He watched all those guys play, and none of those guys, Mays, McCovey, Sapit, none of them ever had 8 RBIs in a game.
That's wild.
Matt Chapman, the first San Francisco Giant, with 8 RBIs in the game, tied for third most for a Giant since RBIs became a stat in 1920. What was our guy's name? Irish Musial.
Good old Irish from Oakland.
He loved an Irish tea, Irish breakfast every day, right before he hacked away at those RBIs. And then another dude in 1944 had 11 in a game for the Giants, but the most ever for a San Francisco Giant in a game, Matt Chapman today.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree with the caller. I think that it's the same team. It really has been for quite some time now. Like I remember, I think it was 2023, Memorial Day weekend, they put up 15 runs in the Dodgers. They won 15-0. And people are like, "Ooh, this is going to turn a corner here." Nothing happened. So I'm not saying that's, I don't think that this is going to lead to something monumental. It could be where they start playing some respectable baseball offensively. But do I think it's going to equate to them making a postseason run? No, I don't. And I think that we have enough evidence to back that at this point. So if this season is all for just growing and developing the young players on this team, then cool. And if it means that you start seeing Willie Adames and Rafael Devers and Chapman, everybody that we expected to hit, get into their own a little bit more, then fine. It is another disappointing season, no matter way you want to slice it. If it ends up with them getting 500 again, it's still disappointing. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
So yes, you do need to give them time to grow. Same thing with Tony Vitello. Same thing with Buster. But when you say it's time to go, then fans,
have a different expectation.
Yes.
And again, it's been so long. It's not just, and Tony acknowledged that. It's not just been one season of losing. It's what the Dodgers have done in concert with the Giants' mediocrity over the entirety of this decade, really.
Right.
808 KNBR's number to call and to text. Has your opinion on the Giants changed because of the last few games? That's the other part of it is they've won in ways that are exciting but don't feel sustainable to repeat. Like, you're not going to hang 18 runs. What you're hoping for is that things that happen in these games with some of these players are things that can be repeated as we continue down the road. That you can put together 6-run performances with regularity and give a young pitching staff a chance to build and win. Are they capable of 27-15 over the next 42? They haven't played at a clip like that since before Devers got here last year.
Right.
Jose is in San Francisco. What up, Jose? You're on the sports leader.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
What's up,
doing
dude?
well.
Well, thanks for taking my call. Actually, when I heard Derek story about his brother blowing up the toilet, it reminded me of my time when I was in the Marine Corps.
Wait, you're talking about the story that Derek told about his brother at a new place of work, and then
this is about a month ago.
He blew up the toilet at work and was texting Derek while he was here, like, I don't know what to do.
And he left the scene of the crime and had everybody else clean it up for him.
So that reminded you of something a month ago that happened to yourself?
We got Richard really coming up, but I think this is worth it.
Yeah, what do you got?
Let's do it.
So I was trying to muster up the courage to finally give you guys a call. It didn't happen to me, but we're out in 29 Palms, and it's the winter time in the desert, and it's surprisingly cold in the
desert during the winter.
Right.
So there was one big bathroom that had running water, and I go. I'm using one of the pee stalls, and one of the bathroom stalls I hear, "Oh man, that's a good looking turd," and I'm like, "What's going on?" It was one of my sergeants. So he gets out of the stall and he goes, "Hey, Jose, come look at this turd. It's a good looking turd." I'm like, "No, man, I'm not going to look at it." He goes, "Well, all right, you're lost." Fast forward to the morning, everybody's brushing their teeth and using the bathroom, and I happen to walk into an empty stall, and I see this turd from the back of the toilet to the front of the toilet. It was like a long banana looking shape, right? And I'm peeing on it.
What are we
peeing on it.
Jose.
Yeah, go on.
I'm peeing on it.
Yeah,
no, we got it. Yeah, you said it 3 times.
It's not breaking, and like all I see is like,
Jose, listen. I love a good poop joke, but I think we have to class this up a little bit.
I don't. It's nothing dirty.
Rich Aurelia next.
Yeah, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we talk to you frequently about a variety of tax problems that people have, and you mention often that one of the common ones people come to you with is they file their taxes, but then they can't pay their taxes. Can you help with that? How should they handle that?
Absolutely. There's so much help. First, for some reason, people think they're all alone when they can't pay their taxes. Folks, you have a lot of companies. That's especially true if you haven't filed returns, because the IRS makes up numbers that are a lot of times a lot more than you really owe. You have special names for it, SFR, substitute for return. But what if you do owe some money? That's okay. Maybe you qualify to just pay part and the government forgives the rest. Or maybe we can get you a penalty forgiveness. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or get you a monthly payment you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent demands, but what you can really afford. I could go on and on and on and pick up the whole show, but I know there's some sports you want to talk about too. So instead, we have a free consultation. Give us a call. We'll explain everything to you. We'll listen to you. We understand you have expenses, and then we can do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS or the state. The only thing you do have to do is pick up your phone and say, "Hey, Steve, take care of me."
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call. The number is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
was the original number 35 at 3rd and King.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the sign is retired.
And now he joins Dirty Work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season and his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
We do it every week with former Giant shortstop number 35, Rich Aurelia. Richie is sponsored by Ayala Morgan and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala Morgan and Bazard, and sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Rich Aurelia joins us on the UMA guest line. Richie, how's Mexico City, bro? How's that course down there?
Oh, dude. It was really wet yesterday. My son didn't get to finish. He only played 9 holes yesterday, so I had to go back and I ended up caddying for him.
Oh, nice, man. That's cool, man.
Yeah, it was cool until I had to do 27 holes today.
Yeah, dude. Dude, yeah. Then you had to walk them all.
Yeah, so it was a little rough, and he didn't have his best stuff this week. But you know what? We're gonna go have a great dinner tonight down here.
Yep.
Check out the sites tomorrow, I think, and I kind of want to go where they did that opening to Spectre, the Bond film.
Yeah, dude. That's down there. Yeah.
Dead. Yeah, so we're gonna take a day and go check that out tomorrow. But
sweet, man.
Lo and behold, I get home here at the hotel and I check my computer and I see that the Giants' offense went absolutely berserk today.
Yeah, I mean, you walked as many holes almost as the Giants have scored runs in the last 2 days. You know what I mean? 27 holes, 30 runs over the last 2 games, 18-3. I guess the question we've been asking, because 3 is a streak, and it feels good, and the way they've done it is good. Logan Webb's the stopper. He shoves, takes that no-hitter in to the 7th inning for the 1-0 win a couple of days ago. Then they hammer it yesterday, and they close the door, even though it gets dicey, 12-9 today. They just hit from out of the gate and really never stopped. 3 guys with 2 home runs. Like, how do you read into this? Does it change the way you feel about this team? Does it make you say, okay, we knew this was in there and they can put together these team at bats and are capable of scoring runs? Or does it leave you wanting and say, man, they've really dug this hole? How do you view this sort of offensive outburst in the last week?
There's so many different ways that I look at it. I mean, to be honest with you, I think that offensively, they're somewhere between what we've seen the last 2 days and what we saw in the 1-0 victory, right, when Logan pitched. I mean, they're somewhere in between that because, listen, in spring training, I think we all thought as fans and as people that follow the team that their offense was going to be what carried them. And that was pretty much the Achilles heel the first month of the season, which is, how they started digging the hole. And then the hole kind of got a little bit bigger when the rotation kind of, had some down starts, and then the bullpen kind of fell apart. There's so many different ways to look at this. And I kind of, I kind of look at it right now as, okay, you had a road trip, long road trip, you're hopefully you're going to end on a good note. And you can get home and maybe finally start playing some good baseball at home. Yeah. I don't feel like they played well at home. I don't feel like they have a home field advantage right now. So hopefully this could give some of these guys some confidence and they could get back and, not score 18 or 12 or 13 runs a game, but, do better than 2 or 3. And you'll have some opportunities to win some ball games.
Great performance from Matt Chapman today. 8 RBIs. It ties the San Francisco Giant record. Just a great series, or great road trip for Matt Chapman with 15 RBIs. Well, he got 8 today, but he was one of the last guys, in my opinion, to find his groove, Richie, this season. If he starts looking consistently like the Matt Chapman we know, do you think the offense can start looking the way we anticipated it coming into the season?
I mean, yeah, I think they can get close to it. Again, my big thing is like the hole they dug is so deep now, and there's so many good teams in your division that you need to kind of compete with the rest of the way. But, guys, baseball cards have a purpose, right? When you look at the back of the card, the numbers don't lie. And when you got guys that have played, a a good amount of time in the big leagues, like a Devers or a Chapman or an Adames, you're pretty much going to get close to your season numbers, in the prime of your career. And, I know Chapman struggled for a long time here. He was down for a while, but, now you're looking at it, you're like, okay, well, now he's got 31 RBIs. Now he's got some home runs. Now he's hitting 241, which I'm assuming his career average is probably around 250 anyway, with, usually solid, way above solid defense. So, yeah, I mean, I think if this team could, just stay within themselves and know that you're going to, some days you're going to have to slug and some days you're going to have to win the 1-0 games. They just need to I think they really need to find their identity right now. I think they're still kind of a team without an identity. And if they could find what they are, well, then, yeah, they could play some better baseball.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line. Just in your mind, is Wrigley Field a good place to hit in the daytime?
I mean, if the wind's blowing out, yeah.
I mean, it must have been today. It was flying.
If those flags, listen, I played there for 15 years, and the only time I feel like I really hit well there was when I was with the Reds, because I got to go there 3 times a year.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we've talked about this before, but, they always say hitter-friendly Wrigley Field. I mean, I could remember probably 70-30 side that every time I went there, the wind was blowing in. So, but until I went to the Reds and I got to play there, with the old schedule, it was 9 times a year, then I could figure it out, because it's a weird place. You feel like the fans are on top of you at the plate because the backstop's really close. But then, and I've talked to some other players and they agree with me on this, I felt like home plate was facing more towards right center field than towards straightaway center field. And I remember getting in the box there a number of times and looking down and then looking up at the pitcher, and I'm like, well, the pitcher's almost behind me. I feel like, and it's just a weird spot. And then they had the old school crown. So you're at the plate and you can only see the center fielder from the waist up. It's just a really strange place for me to hit for a really long time. And I can pretty much guarantee you my career numbers there are probably not very good.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line. We've seen Willy Adames and Casey Schmidt lead off this road trip, and Andy Baggerly, who's going to join us in a little bit here, wrote yesterday that he thinks that Eldridge could start leading off after Tony said he has the best takes on the team. Who do you want to see lead off on this team, Richie? Should Casey remain in that spot, or guys like Arise or Jung-Hoo Lee who consistently get on base?
Kenny Lofton. That's who I want.
Yeah, I agree. Same. The best. My favorite.
I mean, you'd kind of like a guy at the top of the order who, can get on base, can take some pitches, can, get the pitch count up a little bit, but also a guy who could run a little bit. And that's where it's lost, right? Where they don't really have somebody who's going to get on base and steal bases. So, I mean, if you're looking to get the maximize, your team's ability to score runs and get the best people up there the most times, I mean, of course you're going to say you want Schmidt up there, or, and Bryce has gotten hot. He looks really good at the plate right now. Of course you want him up there. But I think this is going to be a mix and match thing all day. And we all thought, I mean, listen, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but I think we all thought, when they signed Jung-Hoo Lee, you're like, oh, this guy pencils right into the leadoff spot, right? Yeah. He's a contact guy, ball to bat guy. He's got a little speed. And okay, well, we're starting to see the ball to bat stuff and be a little more productive with the bat, but we haven't seen any of the speed. So, I mean, to me, he'd be the prototypical guy if he could, steal a few more bases. But this team doesn't really have a guy. And you know what? And I look at it in 2002, until we got Kenny at the trade deadline, we didn't have a guy.
No.
We had David Bell leading off, I think, most of the time.
Shinjo was there a little bit,
yeah. It's a work in progress to see who they have and and who they're gonna use there on a consistent basis. And my guess would be that Tony's probably going to go with the hot hand and get that guy as many at bats as possible.
Talking to Rich Aurelia here, nice enough to join us from Mexico City, off the links and on the UMA guest line now, hanging out with us after the Giants win it 18-3. What have you seen this road trip and over the last week or so from Bryce Eldridge? It really does seem like he's more comfortable in the box, and you think back to some of the at-bats in spring, and even when he first came up, but he's drawing walks. He looks like he's got command of the strike zone. Like he knows what he's looking for. He swung at a first pitch curveball yesterday and fought it off and looked like he was sitting on it. Like, what do you look for in a young hitter who's made the turn, and what have you seen from Bryce, and does it seem like he's really figured out his approach at this level?
Well, I think number one, and a lot of people would agree, he's playing.
Yeah.
Right? He's getting in the lineup on a daily basis. So when you're, and now we're seeing, I know I touched on this with you guys at another time. I was like, I felt like he couldn't be himself, right? Because his average is so low and he wasn't playing every day. So when you get in there, you're just trying to get your hits, right? And get on, and he wasn't hitting for extra base power. Well, now you're seeing that he's playing consistently and he's hitting for the extra base power and he's getting on base and his average is up to 293, right? So, I mean, what I've noticed is I think his eye is getting better at the plate. I think when you play every day and you have scouting reports, that's when you can go up to the plate and look for that first pitch curveball and attack it if you want to, because you've done your research and you know who you're facing the first at bat. You're not sitting on the bench wondering if you get in the game later, who am I going to face? Am I going to face, relief pitcher A, B, C, or D? So I think there's a lot that goes into the game these days with scouting and studying who you're playing and matchups. And I think now that he has gotten this opportunity to play consistently, we're starting to see, who he really is and who he really can be as a hitter. Defensively, I know he played first base on this road trip. I still think that's a work in progress, but I've liked the strides that I've seen him make at the plate so far, especially even the last 2 weeks, because that's when he's really started to play a lot more.
Last one for you, Rich. We know you're in Mexico City with your family, but are you going to check out St. John's tomorrow playing Alabama in the College World Series?
I am actually, I'm really going to try and check that out. And I was actually, I was on the course today with a kid that went to Florida State, because that's who St. John's beat. And this kid that was caddying for him said he knew Buster, like when he was like the bat boy at Florida State when Buster was playing there. And I said, I have not talked to Buster since St. John's swept through the Florida State regional down there. Down there. But I'm gonna try and catch him tomorrow, man. It's gonna be exciting, and for me, it's always exciting to watch teams like St. John's, who are not typically thought of as a baseball powerhouse team, get to this level of play. And you know what? They can shock everybody and try and get through this super regional. And I hope they do. And if they do, I got to, see about maybe making some plans to go to Omaha and checking them out. Maybe.
Nice.
Yeah, baseball and college baseball is ripe for that sort of like March Madness feel where anybody can get the better of anybody. And these elimination games are a lot of fun. Last thing, Rich, I did look it up. Unfortunately, you were right. 206 career for you at Wrigley Field. But I want to save it with a good note. I remember you hit a grand slam at Comiskey.
I did, old Comiskey.
Yeah.
That was my flu game. That was my Jordan flu game.
Yeah. I felt like you had just shaved or something. You were injured or you were sick that day or something. What was going on?
I had the flu, and I think I had the day off. Felipe gave me the day off with the flu, and I was laying in the clubhouse on the couch. I think Wotus came in, and he was like, "Hey, the skipper wants you to get ready to hit. They might bring in a lefty." And I'm like, "All right." And I just kind of dragged myself out there, and I got a hanging slider from Damaso Marte.
Yeah, dude, Damaso Marte.
Loaded. Yeah, so I did. Yeah, I got a grand slam at Comiskey. I had a few homers at Wrigley, but the average left a little to be desired.
Yeah, all good, man. That was a big one, a pinch hit grand slam. It was like the only series I think you'd ever played there to that point. Rich Aurilia joins us on the UMA guest line. You have it, Dan? Oh, dude, Danny dug it up for you. Here you go, pinch hit grand slam, dude.
Here comes the pitch. Fly ball. Well hit left field. Racing back his lead. Looking up. Grand slam, Rich Aurilia. That ball is in the seats in left field. Rich Aurilia, who's been sick the last couple of days. He comes off the bench, and with the bases loaded, he has grand slammed.
There you go, awesome. Dude. That's sweet, dude. Joe Angel on the call. I love that.
I was going to say Joe, the angel of death.
Yeah. He's been sick the last couple of days. Oh, that's great. Richie, great to catch up with you, man, and enjoy the trip down there. Enjoy dinner tonight with the family. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, see you guys. Thanks.
All right, good deal there. Dude, great work, Danny. One of my favorite, dude. He said the angel of death. So funny. I love Joe Angel, man. I know he rubbed people the wrong way with the Giants are in the win column.
Oh, yeah.
He also, when he said that sick line, it made me think of his other line. Barry Bonds had been, I don't even know if it was a slump you could consider, but he hadn't homered in a little while, and he hits a bomb. I think it was in Arizona, and Joe Angel goes, "Barry Bonds, where have you been? I've been worried sick about you."
Who's been sick the last couple of days?
Yeah, there you go, talking to Richie. That's great stuff. If you missed any of Rich Aurilia, one of my favorite things every week is talking to Richie. It's a lot of fun always to catch up with him. If you missed any of that, thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. Let's go to the other side of things. Andy Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic. We'll get his thoughts on the Giants' offensive outburst today and yesterday. Is there reason to believe anything's changed? Do you feel differently about this team? We'll talk to Bags next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon where the Giants pick up game one in Chicago. They win it 18-3 after putting up 12 runs yesterday. They scored 19 on Sunday against the Colorado Rockies. Here to talk about it is Andy Baggerly, covers the Giants for The Athletic. Andy is sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. Bags joins us on the Uma guest line. Bags, that was a heck of a game today, man. Everything in the air was flying out.
You know what? It's one of those days where you would if you just saw the box score, you would assume that it's like a 50-mile-an-hour wind blowing straight out. And, I mean, the ball was carrying a little bit, but it wasn't like an insane day. It wasn't like, they had a big game at Coors Field last Sunday. You think, okay, it's Coors Field. But, this is now 3 sort of, bonanza games they've had on this road trip. And the conditions were not, crazy today. It was a pretty normal day at Wrigley Field once you got past the 1 hour rain delay. They were just locked in. They were taking damaging swings. They were, obviously making a lot of hard contact. And not only that, you don't hit all these grand slams unless you mix in some walks to help load the bases. And that's been totally absent for them all season, and that's picking up. And you heard this over and over when you'd ask them about why they're not walking. There'd be some version of, well, once our established guys start hitting the way they can, then the league's going to adjust to them and they're going to, start tiptoeing around them a little bit more, and that's when the walks just naturally happen. So we'll see. We'll see if the league adjusts, but you are seeing them draw some more walks in there as well. And Bryce Eldridge is a big part of that too. Ever since he came up and is getting regular playing time, he gives them professional at bats. So yeah, you're seeing an offense that has just woken up. It's been pretty crazy.
It's kind of perplexing because you would think okay, this isn't something they can lean on. You're not going to expect this level of power or this many home runs in a game, of course, every day, but it is showing signs of what we thought this offense could be capable of coming in. And that's what was so perplexing, was everybody was so cold to start the year. And when a couple of guys hit, as you said, it changes sort of the dynamics of the lineup. I guess when I see a little stretch like this, because of how big of a hole they've dug, I ask what's real? What's changed? Where is this headed? Is this to be believed? Does it feel like maybe there is something that's changed? Or how many games do you need to see where it feels like we can see tangible difference in their approaches at the plate?
Well, this is the tricky thing. It's June 5th.
Yeah.
There's not a ton of time left before you have to decide whether you're going to be a buyer or a seller at the trade deadline. And, if this team didn't sort of have a little run in it, and they haven't had it all year. This is, a 3-game winning streak now. They've got it matches their best of the season. They're obviously going to have to do a lot better than that to get back in this thing. But they could have been pretty quick sellers, and start moving guys, not necessarily wait till the trade deadline. So they've got to pick it up and start. They're still 12 under. They're going to have to really start clawing away at that meaningfully. And that's going to mean, not just that they keep getting steady production from the offense, but it's going to mean that they get a little more from the bullpen. It's going to mean more stability from the rotation. Getting Logan Webb back's a big part of that. It's all going to happen pretty quick. It's not, at the end of the year, we'll have the numbers we should have. No, they got to have those numbers this month and the first couple weeks of next month, or else, their management's not going to be able to support them the way that they're going to need to be supported to make something of this season. So, but, you can say better late than never, but, you hope it's not too late. But it is happening now. So we'll see if they can keep it going. And it's funny, they're all the way up now to 21st in runs per game. They were dead last for a couple months, so it's 21st. Okay, that's not great. It's still below league average, but their 260 average is second to the Dodgers. They've hit way more doubles than anybody else in the big leagues. They're second in triples. And now, you won't be surprised to learn, they're first in grand slams. So, there's a lot to make you believe, this team can hit. Obviously they can hit. They're one of the best hitting teams in the major leagues if you just look at it from that perspective.
Talking to Andy Baggerly on the Uma guest line. You wrote about the Giants leadoff spot and how Bryce Eldridge could be a candidate for that role. Do you think we're heading in that direction eventually based on the comments Tony had and him saying that he has the best takes on the team? He also said that, it's not a lot. He doesn't want to do that right now, but you think we're heading in that direction maybe in a few months?
I think so. Ohtani leads off for the Dodgers. Nick Kurtz leads off for the A's. This is a guy who is going to get on base. I think when it's all said and done, he's going to have the highest on-base percentage on the team. And we all knew about the power and how much the power was kind of tantalizing. But this is a guy who can really fuel an offense, just by putting up a 400 on-base percentage. And there's no one else on this team that you could maybe say that they could do that. So, and yeah, if you put that guy first, that's what teams seem to do. And I think the only reason they haven't done it is because, he's still at below 100, career plate appearances. I don't think they wanted to put too much on his plate too soon. But the only reason I wrote what I did is because I've gotten to know him well enough to get a read on him, and I think he'd be fine with it. I really do. He doesn't seem to get fazed by much of anything. I think he'd relish the opportunity. When I talked to him about it, he's like, oh, yeah, I've let off. I did it in Little League. That's when I was actually fast, compared to the other kids, probably because he's about a foot taller than everybody else. But so that's why I made the suggestion because, Casey Schmidt, he's now on a pace, by the way, Casey Schmidt, to hit 38 homers, which is just completely goofy to think about. Good for him. He's also not a guy who draws a lot of walks, and his on base I think is about 312 or 315. So he's hitting leadoff now. You're in that mode where they're hitting. You don't want to change anything. But I don't think anybody thinks that Casey Schmidt's a permanent solution at leadoff here. So I'm just kind of looking down the road at what makes sense, and I think Bryce Eldridge is eventually going to make sense.
Talking to Andy Baggerly on the Uma guest line, covers the Giants for The Athletic. Robbie Ray's outing today, I think he finished with 5 walks. Is that what he had?
I think so,
yes. He's had a couple of outings like that. He had 2 innings today where he had 2 guys on via the walk, and walks have been an issue in general for the Giants and the bullpen really this year. We've seen a lot of that. Where are we with Robbie Ray right now? I mean, I know there was a thought about pitch tipping at one point. He hasn't been as sharp as he was for the first, 4 or 5 starts of the season.
No, for me it was fastball command. When he was trying to throw fastball up, I mean, that's his big pitch, and a lot of them were easy takes. They were non-competitive, pitches, and that makes it tough because every non-competitive pitch, it means you just take the decision out of the hitter's hands. They shut it down, and it means that you're just going to have to throw one more pitch in that at bat. So that's where he is. He's not really working very efficiently, but he was able to make pitches with runners on base. And Carson Seymour comes up, and I said to Tony Vitello in the pregame, I said, I saw when the Brewers brought in that Patrick, that reliever, and they kind of just let him go and finish the game. And you guys don't really have anybody like that. So could Seymour kind of be that kind of guy for you? And he's like, yeah, and that's kind of what they wanted him to be today. And I think only because the game was really out of hand did they, maybe not tack on too much and then give the last inning to Dylan Smith. But that's something that they really haven't had this season. So it was kind of good timing to get Seymour on the roster there. And they didn't have to feel like they had to push Robbie Ray for any more than what they gave him because, they have pushed their starting pitchers probably a little bit more. They've tried to stay with them on days when they haven't had it. And it's led to some innings blowing up. I mean, when you look at the run differential and you break it down inning by inning, they're getting boat raced in the 4th and 5th. And I don't have the numbers right in front of me right now, but that's something that they got to change, and it's something that maybe they can make some personnel adjustments or just some managerial adjustments and try to go about it a different way. So that's a roundabout way of talking about Robbie Ray, but they are going to need more consistent work from him for sure, because there's going to be days when they're going to need to win 3-2, 2-1 with Robbie Ray on the mound. He's got to be ready to do that.
Zach Manassian spoke yesterday to Murph and Marcus about how much Tony has control over the lineup, which you've told us in the past. He also said that Senior Director of Amateur Scouting, Michael Holmes, will be making the draft selections. Do you have any insight into how Buster is delegating the duties of the draft and how much power Michael has, had in the past or could have in this upcoming draft?
Oh, I think that Buster Posey is someone who isn't someone who sort of, has a finger in every pie or however you want to put it. He's somebody who lets people do their jobs. He lets people, he delegates, and I think he's comfortable doing that, making sure that the right decision that you make up front is to have the right person in that job, and you trust them to do that job, and so, yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of meddling there. In terms of the past, I think that, yeah, there were definitely instances where I think Farhan Zaidi maybe put a thumb on the scale a little bit. Whether it, I think probably the James Tibbs pick is the one where I know he had a lot of influence on, and there were other people in the organization who, weren't wild about taking a guy who, kind of profiled as, maybe a lefty platoon bat, but a guy who really was positionally limited to left field. I think there were people who wanted some more athleticism there. But obviously he's turning into a really good hitter at AAA, and the Dodgers have to be thrilled to have him. And it's no surprise that Farhan with the Dodgers, and that's the team that acquired him. You can point to instances like that, and I don't think that's really rare. I think that happens all the time in front offices. I mean, Brian Sabian would have a very collaborative approach, but there'd be times that there's someone he wanted, and if they could afford him, they'd get him. And I think that Buster really is good about delegating to people, letting people do their jobs. And if you have to make a change, like they did with the third base coach, then you have to make a change.
A few more minutes here with Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. Just last one from me, Bags. The call-up of Jonah Cox from AA. I know he brought a skill set that they didn't have, and that's a lot of speed. He was also another outfielder that could play in center field. Do you think there's any template there, or is that telling of how they might rush anybody else or bring anybody else up directly from AA, or is he unique because of the skill set he presented?
Well, I think he's unique because Harrison Bader got hurt, and they needed a right-handed hitter who could play center field. Because if you don't do that, then your options are you ask Jung Hoo to play center field for an extended period of time. I don't think they want to do that. Or you have Drew Gilbert start against, including against lefties, which they don't want to do that. He didn't have a hit against a lefty all year. So it really was about getting a center fielder. And, the one other thing that makes that move make a little sense is when we learned that Grant McRae fractured his hamate and he's out for several weeks. So, he wasn't an option too. So I think it literally was, who's the next man up? And they had to go down to AA to find him. And they get to reward a guy who was hitting 400 and obviously has done a lot to put himself, maybe not on the prospects list, but on their radar. And, you feel for him in a way because he got his first major league hit off a position player, and now he's got his first home run off a position player. So we know he can hit position players, so he's proven that. But I'm sure it felt good for him regardless. And Bader's going to be back. I think probably in the near future, and we'll see what they do with Cox at that point. But right now he's here because the guy who's supposed to be the right-handed hitting center fielder is on the shelf.
Andrew Baggerly, the voice you hear, covers the Giants for The Athletic. Bags, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the weekend in Chicago, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Andy.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There you go, from Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. If you missed any of that, available thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. He did mention Harrison Bader potentially returning at some point in the near future. They don't think that's going to be a long-term injury. We'll get into this here with our Dugout Health Report, sponsored by Kaiser Permanente. Kaiser Permanente, a better idea for healthcare. The Giants injury report as it stands right now, you might have missed it. Dylan Smith called up yesterday. Matt Gage did go on the injured list. They sent him down with right knee inflammation. Sat him down on the 15-day IL. Elliot Ramos went on the IL back on May 16th. They're saying a possible return in June.
Ooh, okay.
It's not even a guarantee in June. So he received a PRP injection on May 19th in San Francisco. He's continuing rehab right now. He's not with the team. He's in Arizona. He began a hitting progression 4 days ago on June the 1st. Harrison Bader, the left plantar fasciitis, he went on the IL on May 30 on the 10-day IL. They're expecting him back sometime soon. Still in a walking boot. He's going to see a second opinion later this week. That was updated, though, just a couple of days ago. And then Tyler Mahle, who's on the IL as well. He began a throwing progression June 1st. He's going to return to a mound later this week, either in a rehab or throwing a bullpen. And then Jason Foley, the reliever with some closing experience, who they signed this offseason. He had right shoulder surgery, same thing that Sam Hent just had. He's expected back in June, so later this month. He tossed 6 2/3 scoreless innings in his first 6 rehab appearances in AAA. So good deal for Jason Foley.
Yeah, the thing that kind of stands out to me is Elliot Ramos potentially coming back in June.
Yeah, I wouldn't rely on that. And
yeah,
we'll kind of cross that bridge when you get there with the way Casey's playing left field, I guess.
I mean, you don't have to worry about that right now. And, obviously with Casey Schmidt and Bryce Eldridge in the lineup every day, that's good. But
Susak was in there third yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, actually.
How about that?
So things will change once Ramos is healthy, but it sounds like it's going to be a while.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn with you. We do have some stuff to get to. We'll jump out of Giants baseball and into some 49er football sound. No minicamp was mandatory. Now it doesn't exist for the Niners next week.
For 50 days.
He got everybody in there for the OTAs, and we've got audio from a bunch of guys we didn't get to yesterday. Mike Evans, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Mac Jones, all checked in from OTAs. We'll get to some of that sound from the 49ers as we are The countdown is on for the start of the NFL season, man. I got my preseason schedule now.
Oh, do you
so
know?
It's all official, dude. Niners play all 3 preseason games on Thursdays this year.
And they're going to Tennessee, correct, for one of the preseason games?
The only 10 I see. We'll take a quick break when we come on back. More from Niners. Oh, come on, man.
No.
More from Niners. Nothing was worse than that.
That was worse than the poop
no,
story.
That's exactly where I was going. Nothing was worse than that.
That might be the lowest point of our show, honestly.
Ever.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's a bottom.
Even though I love a good poop story, I was like, oh, that's too much for me, man.
He said it wasn't graphic, and then he came on, it was really graphic.
Yeah, it was extremely graphic.
I felt like, I guess I'll have to take you at your word, number 2. All right, when we come back.
Better.
Niner, thank you. You're the only 10 I see. All right, Niner sound when we come on back. Plus, we got a little crap section for you, and we'll tell you how to spend the weekend. It's Dirty Work. It's a Friday, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn with you. Dude, we love the filth. We love the great members of the filth. You guys listen all the time. You write in, sometimes to Derek from all over the world. Dude, one of the great members of the filth, I found this out yesterday. Maybe I'm 2 days late on this. It was Otis Bird's birthday.
Nice.
I think it was on Wednesday. If I'm wrong on that, Otis, my apologies. But, dude, happy birthday, man. Happy belated.
Nicest member of the filth,
dude, this
Otis
nicest
Bird.
guy, maybe the nicest guy you'll ever meet.
Oh,
Otis
God,
Bird,
yeah.
Dude. Just
Otis Bird is the
sweetheart.
word.
Just a sweetheart, dude. All right, we got some fun stuff to get into in terms of a little crap section that I think Dan Dunn has prepared for us. And we also have some Niners sound to get into.
More crap.
So Kyle Shanahan decided he was going to cancel the mandatory minicamp. So it's not even mandatory. It's not even minicamp.
It's not even happening.
He got 100% participation in OTAs and basically said, hey, we can cancel that if everybody shows up for the non-mandatory portion of OTAs.
School's out early, boys.
The school's out early. They're gone for almost 2 months before they come back for training camp.
Yeah.
They can have their vacations, have their good times, have their summer, and then get ready for the start of the 2026 season. By the way, we didn't talk much about this, did we? The warrant for Brandon Ayuk?
No, we did not.
We didn't mention this at all, I don't think. A warrant for Brandon Ayuk's arrest has been issued on a misdemeanor charge of exhibition of speed. This is, I guess, tying to the video that he took of himself driving past Levi Stadium at like 90-something miles an hour.
Back in January.
Oh, man. This stems from a video he posted back January 15th where he was going 100 miles an hour.
So that's like used against you where on your speedometer it shows how fast you're going. And like even though it was months ago, you can still be charged for that. So,
wow.
Yeah.
I hate that, dude. It's kind of like I hate speed cameras or like those red light cameras. I'm like, if you're not there to catch me, it shouldn't.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I'll say this also, Brandon Ayuk should be posting those videos. It's stupid to do that.
No, I agree. I'm not siding. Just to be clear, I'm not siding with Ayuk on this. Just to be clear, I'm going against red light cameras. That's what I'm saying.
I'm with you on that one. Look, it may not be a distraction at all. I hope by the time that we get to training camp that Brandon Ayuk's just someplace else. Like I just don't want to talk about this anymore. And not like it's a big thing every single day, but I'm surprised Kyle Shanahan wasn't asked about it during OTAs, but I don't know. I'm just tired of this story, and most likely they're going to keep him until they can, release him, and that will be days before the season starts. So we're probably going in that direction, but I'm just tired of this whole damn thing, honestly. And I honestly don't know. I don't even know if he's going to play football this season.
Are there conspiracies as to why this came out now for Ayuk?
I have no idea.
There's nothing behind it as to why the 6 months later when he posted this January 15th?
No, I'm not sure why this happened, but it is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand why they would wait 6 months. They had the video immediately.
They did. I don't know.
How long was this investigation?
I don't know how the legal system works with that department, but...
The investigation was as long as the video, in my mind.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
what it should have been. You knew what it was immediately.
Yeah.
We had to verify that it was real.
Santa Clara, man.
They go out and they get their traffic cams or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Verify that it happened.
I find that weird where just because he posted a video, you could be charged for that, but he did, so I don't know.
I don't think it's that weird. I mean, they could go out and, I don't know. It's dangerous, I guess. But anyway, moving on to some of the sound from the 49ers from OTAs. At the podium yesterday, here's Mike Evans, one of the biggest signings of the offseason for any team, a huge addition for the Niners. They gave him a 3-year contract, and they're looking for some big-time performance that they haven't had out of that position in a long time. Here's Mike Evans talking about Brock Purdy and what he expects and wants to bring to the 49ers.
Love Brock, man. He's a big reason why I came here. I said that in my initial Zoom call with you guys. Throws a really great ball. I'm getting the timing down with him now. Super smart. He's about his business too. Comes to work every single day. He's a quiet guy, but me and him talk, about not just football, but life. And really cool guy. Look forward to having a great connection with him this year. I just want to continue to do what I've been doing my whole career. That's making plays, being the ultimate team player, and the ultimate playmaker. So that's what I really want. And just let these guys know that not to take this for granted, because you never know, what could happen. And our roster is a great roster. We stack up with the best of the best in the league. So just not taking these opportunities for granted.
And let's be real. This might be one and done for Mike Evans. Who knows? If he has a great season, he'll come back. But it's kind of weird to join a team and be like, come on, guys, this might be it for me. So it's different. Like Aaron Rodgers has that going right now with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But Mike Evans is one of the few guys, might be the only guy that I'm thinking about it, that has Super Bowl experience winning a Super Bowl on this team right now. So he'll make the wide receiver room better, and he'll make Brock Purdy better.
Yeah, I would say I don't anticipate this being a one and done. I think he wanted 2 years to play and try for a title. And I think you could end up, and he's a bit older than when Trent Williams got here, but Trent Williams wouldn't still be doing this if he were still playing for a team that was at the bottom of the division every year, right? Like he knows he's still got a chance to win, and he knows what Kyle brings him. I also wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if Mike Evans has a really productive year with Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan, puts up some numbers, maybe exceeds even what the price tag of his contract is, because we talked about this. He already got paid.
Yeah.
He got his Super Bowl. He got $100 million, and he wants to win again.
Right.
He got a big contract, like one of the top contracts in the NFL at the time for a receiver when he was in Tampa, and then didn't win again there. And decided, I've made my money. I still want to play. Still want to make some money. So I'm going to go somewhere with a QB and a coach that can get the most out of me. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a successful year. The Niners still show promise and development. And then he's like, I'm back to try to win in a second season, If they're as competitive this year as they were last year even, I think he'd return. But I think that's why he wanted the third year, because then the third one is the one that's maybe a little dicey. I unless things go really poorly for him, I don't think this would be it.
Yeah, it's a
personally.
3-year contract on paper, but you look at it.
I look at it as kind of a 2.
Well, it's
kind of a 1-to-1-to-1. But
it sounds like you could void it after one season. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I would anticipate that Mike Evans.
Also got $74 million in cap space right now. It's going to carry over whatever they don't use.
He can have a very similar season to Devontae Adams with the Rams a year ago, where he was, he didn't get a ton of catches or yards.
How many goal line touchdowns did Devontae have?
Just a red zone threat. He can end up with double-digit touchdowns, but less than 100 or less than 1,000 yards receiving on the season.
Moving on here in the sounds where I just mentioned him, Trent Williams. How much longer does he see himself playing football? For him, it's like, it's a day at a time, dude. We're all, as the famous saying goes, we're all just day to day.
Yeah.
Trent's like year to year. Here's Trent Williams.
I've always been fully committed to these next few years. Like I didn't have any thought last year that this can be my last season, or despite what everybody believed, I always knew that I had a couple more years left in me. So I'm toying between the idea of going till I can't no more and just leaving while I still got some good product left, and not getting ran out the league. So it's been a long time, and I had a daughter that she was born a few months before I got drafted. So, I'm going on year 17. She's turning 17. So as a father, you feel like, damn, I done kind of sat and really kind of missed her whole life, from until adulthood. So, part of me wants to, when she go off to college in a couple of years, I want to, be there and be accessible. And I don't want to be that father that, shadows a kid, but I'm going to be close. You know what I mean? I want to be close. I don't want to be somewhere at a joint practice. You know what I mean? When it's time for her to move into school and stuff like that. So it's little stuff I got to think about. And, obviously I can't tell the future. I don't know. I'm still a competitor. It's hard not to compete when you can. So we'll see.
I just want to say something, like, we talked about this briefly when it came to the Matt Chapman threat stuff. Yeah. People were talking about, like, and people forget this, and, people want to point blame, like, it's partially us riling them up. Forget all that stuff. It's like, dude, I talk about it all the time. I don't psychoanalyze. I try not to call names or, like, judge the person. Because, dude, these are people. And, like, I feel like doing the job, being closer and around the athletes more makes it makes them more human. Now, football players are not built like normal humans, and Trent Williams is not. But, dude, don't forget what Trent Williams just went through with the loss of his child.
Yeah.
Last season or 2 seasons ago, 2 years ago, he and Charvarius Ward both had terrible things happen. Like, that perspective changes how you view the career. So when I hear him saying that, I'm thinking about that through the lens of, like, man, this guy's a dad, like, first and foremost. Guy's a dad, and he wants to be around his daughter more. So it's not always just about, do I have the ability to keep going? Buster Posey, same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Decided maybe he could have kept going, and maybe he left it all on the field, and that's why he had such a great final season in 2021, playing 2 out of every 3 in every series, basically, is what had happened. But they're people first, and so I that perspective from Trent Williams, guy's been around for a long time. It's funny, like, he and Mike Evans saying different things, but taking perspective, seeing it from the only place they can. And he's saying, you don't take this for granted. Mike Evans is saying, you don't know how long you get to do this. Trent's saying, I'm not sure how long I will. I don't know what the future holds, but there's other things in my life that are as, if not more important to me than this.
Yeah, I mean, as you get older in life, priorities change, and that's the most important thing to him. Obviously, he wants to win a Super Bowl and end his career on a high note, but yeah, he wants to be there for his daughter.
He wants to Elway it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Peyton Manning it.
Yeah, and I think that, to go out on top will be fantastic. To end his career at 40 years old as an offensive lineman, not many guys do that. I think of, like, I don't know how old Anthony Munoz was. He's the greatest offensive lineman ever. And I don't know how long he played. Bruce Matthews, I want to say. Joe Thomas, he retired in his 30s.
But he didn't miss a snap for 11,000 snaps.
Hall of Fame career all in Cleveland. He had opportunities to go to Denver, and he said no to play with Peyton Manning. But yeah, I think of Bruce Matthews, might be the only guy I can think of that played literally every position on the offensive line and played into his 40s, which is something rare in football, especially on the offensive line when you get banged up all the time.
Yeah, one of my favorites. Every spot on the line. I used to play a game called Where's Bruce Today on this play. All right, moving on in the 49er OTA soiree. How about that?
Yeah.
The Sound Swore OTA.
It kind of feels like that right now.
The Sound Swore OTA. Here's George Kittle. Dude, Danny, do we have that cut from George Kittle yesterday? Just it was so funny when they asked him if he paid attention to the Myles Garrett trade for the Rams.
Sweet.
He just acted like I just think it's just,
oh, that's sweet. Myles Garrett, Hall of Famer on the Rams. Okay.
Good for them. It's like you're opening presents next to your brother or sister on Christmas morning, and their present is better than yours, and they're all excited. Like, yeah, well, okay, good for you.
Good for them. I know that feeling all too well.
Do you? Did you get hosed on presents?
Christmas or like when you want to go to like McDonald's, like you just got out of like summer camp and you're like, hey, Dad, can we do McDonald's? Not right now. And then, brothers and sisters are going to pick up. It's like, you guys want to go to McDonald's? Derek, you already ate, right?
Good for them.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good for them. Fine. You guys get Hercules toys. I get nothing.
Yeah. I wanted a little plastic Hades. Yeah. All right, here's George Kittle. He's talking about how the offseason and rehab has gone for him. Remember, he tore his Achilles in early January.
Yeah, playoff game.
And I don't think he's back until like November, but they're saying he's healing faster than anybody's ever healed from anything ever.
Yeah.
I don't think that's an exact quote, but don't quote me.
He has that power.
Here's George Kittle.
Well, thanks for asking. I'm doing great today. Had a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day. Boys are playing football. Me personally, I'm doing awesome. My wife's a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model.
Oh.
Good for me. And my Achilles is doing great. No setbacks in my recovery. Checking all the boxes, doing everything I'm supposed to do. My surgeon's super happy. My physical therapist in LA who works with him is super happy. Niners are happy. I'm happy.
Fantastic.
No notes, man.
No, fantastic.
Yeah, he wins.
Good for me.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, my wife's a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model, so it's good for me. Yeah, dude. That's awesome.
I would say so.
Nailed it.
He's a big football guy. He loves saying football.
Yeah, the boys are playing football. Yeah, I'm great. The boys are playing football. Not even you. No, the boys are. It's great.
Let me ask you this. Who plays football first this season? George Kittle or Aaron Donald?
I think George Kittle would play football first.
But I think Aaron Donald's coming back.
No, now you think so?
I think so.
Boys are playing football.
What happens first? Aaron Donald plays a snap in the NFL, or we see Aaron Rodgers' wife?
Aaron Donald.
Yeah, dude, see? You're coming around, dude.
But I think Aaron Donald's coming November or December.
Do you think we'll see Aaron Rodgers' wife before the end of the year?
No, I don't care.
You don't think like at his what about the end of the season, like his final game?
His press conference?
His final game, you don't think like she'll be on the field like Drew Brees' kids when he threw that touchdown?
No. And we're not having that moment with who's a play-by-play guy back in the day. It was like, can you believe Drew Brees on the field right now with his children? Bug, I'm expired.
He's like, oh, could you believe Aaron Rodgers with his invisible imaginary wife down there on the field?
It was Tessitore, Joe Tessitore back in the day. But no, I don't think we're not going to see Aaron Rodgers' family. We're not going to see Aaron Rodgers' wife.
So either. You just don't, but we know they exist.
Yeah, but they hate him.
Yeah, but we know they exist.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't think we'll ever see her?
No, I don't.
And you'll just believe like it's
I'm hoping
like
somebody, Jordan Rodgers, even though he's not close with Aaron Rodgers, I got to believe he has some insight if she's real or not.
No, why would he? He's not going to bring that up. He doesn't want to step on toes.
It'd just be like a random thing, like he's on the college football show and like, hey, by the way, Jordan, is she real?
Dude, prove it. Yeah. Prove it, Rodgers. You know what I mean? I'm not buying. Dude, it's the fact that you think we'll never see her, but you still believe she exists.
She's real to me.
No, she's real to him.
She's like
dude.
Santa Claus to me, man. We'll never see her, but she's there.
No, I need proof, man. I need tangible proof.
Okay.
I need evidence of this. Just because he's wearing that little ring.
This is like your big conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Like, dude, this can all go away, Aaron. You know what I mean? Just show us.
Yeah, he wants to show you.
This can all go.
Of all people.
This whole circus can stop right now whenever you want, Aaron.
What circus?
This whole thing that I've started, dude, can all go away, man. It doesn't have to bother you like it has for all this time.
That's going to be the thing like you always bring up with Aaron Rodgers. Like whenever we bring up Anthony Edwards, you're like, well, come on, he's got to pay child support here.
Well, dude, Anthony Edwards, he does. He hasn't paid child support.
He needs to.
What happens first? Edwards pays child support or we see Rodgers' wife? I'm thinking neither happens.
Probably Rodgers.
Yeah, I think maybe Rodgers on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that one too. I used to be real hard on Drew Brees, but he's not in my life as much anymore.
He will be if you're watching the Hall of Fame ceremony this year.
Oh, dude, he's going in, huh?
Yeah, he's going in.
Oh, man, he's going to have his kids on top of the podium for that,
probably.
too. Well, look at Drew Brees at the podium with his kids.
Oh, Bob, look at this. Great speech.
Up there like he's Captain America, like he saved the city of New Orleans.
Yeah, he does kind of have that whole vibe to him,
Up there with that birthmark, I see him.
What, the Harry Potter mark?
I don't care. Whatever. Doesn't hold the power of the Potter. You know what I mean? All right, here's Mac Jones.
The power of the Potter.
Yeah, here's Mac Jones. Mac Jones, dude, not a lot of talk or chatter about him at all. this offseason.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he's going to be starting for somebody after this year.
He will be, yeah.
Here's what he had to say about speculation that he could have been traded over this offseason. And I really do think the Niners would have taken some capital and would have liked to if they'd been given an offer that was satisfactory. And I just don't think they got anything close, which is weird because nobody really loved the draft this year anyway. Here's Mac Jones.
Yeah, there was definitely obviously a lot of speculation, and honestly, after a long year, I was just trying to enjoy it with my teammates and look back on the season. But yeah, I think there was some stuff out there, and it was made very clear to me that I was going to be here from this organization. So I'm fired up about it, and I kind of knew that was the situation early off season, and everything else is kind of between my agent and the coaches and whatever. But obviously, you want to have a chance to start, but I also love it here, and I'm not really in the business of leaving good people, so I'm not mad about it at all. I think it's a great organization and did a lot of fun stuff last year, but it's a new year, and I feel like this is the first year I've had when I've had the same offensive playbook being in the NFL, so that's kind of nice. You know, if you go to a new team, you got to learn a new playbook again and kind of do everything over, so it's good. I'm excited and really just looking forward to this summer and getting everything going again.
Yeah, I mean, if there were other options, I mean, the thing is, Mac Jones, there were better options, I guess, for teams, I should say. Cheaper options as far as you don't have to give up draft capital when there's free agents like Kyler Murray available or Tua or Malik Willis. Teams are willing to take a chance on that. When the asking price for Mac Jones is a second-round pick, then teams are like, no thanks. And we've seen in the past, like backup quarterbacks got traded. I remember Matt Castle getting dealt from the Patriots to the Chiefs. Kevin Cobb was backing up Donovan McNabb and went to the Cardinals.
They did the same thing with Castle after they went, 10-6 or 11-5?
They went 11-5,
missed the playoffs.
Missed the playoffs.
That was the year Brady got hurt. Was it a Steelers game to start the year? Or Miami?
Whatever it was, he tore his ACL. He was gone for the year.
Yeah, I think it was Miami, actually.
Yeah.
Is when it was.
But then
Week 2?
The Patriots tagged him. He was going to be a free agent. They tagged him and traded him to KC. And teams just saw cheaper options this offseason. But don't make any mistake about it. Mac Jones, when he's a free agent next year, he will be signed, and maybe a bridge quarterback, but he will be a starter for somebody.
That's your 49ers Sound Swore OTA.
I like that.
How about that, dude? Sound Swore, because we've done it before where we had like Draymond and you did like the Sound Swore Dre.
Yeah.
We've done Sound Swore Clay.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
I like that.
We got to get some Danny sound, some sound.
Oh, yeah. Nice producing there, Dan.
I feel all passive aggressive about it, Danny.
Just all silent.
I was going to get to it, man. Probably. I was going to. Totally.
That smirk.
Yeah, that ass-eating grin back there. Don't you? You look me. Look me in my eyes, huh? Yeah. You're going to make me do something. Well, we're happy to do it because people are wondering with the beautiful weather out there, with all the festivals and parades going around the Bay Area this weekend, you got more Giants baseball. How are they going to spend their weekend? And that's why, once again, we provide to you the unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Well, it is Friday, and Friday means one thing and one thing only. It's the Back to the Future musical.
Oh,
I saw this advertised yesterday on TV. Dude, that's right. Great Scott. Back to the Future, the beloved cinematic classic, is now a Broadway musical with its destination set for 7:30 p.m. at the San Jose Center for Performing Arts. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Yeah.
Also tonight, you've got Crazy Funny Asians. It's back. Danny, you ass-eating grin, dude. The popular weekly comedy show with some of the Bay Area's funniest Asian comics is back.
Oh, nice.
Live at the Function in San Francisco. Function is awesome. Check it out. And the NBA Finals are here, and Woodbury Bar in the city has you covered. Woodbury is your home for every game of the championship series. Join fellow basketball fans as the New York Knicks and San Antonio Spurs battle for the NBA title. Watch every game on multiple large-screen TVs and full game audio, an electric atmosphere, and food and drink specials available all game long. Whether you're a lifelong Knicks fan, cheering for the Spurs, or simply looking for the best place in San Francisco to watch the finals, Woodbury delivers the ultimate game day experience. First shot's on Derek. First beer is on Danny. How about that?
Yeah, all right.
It's nice of you guys.
Yeah.
It's really nice. And on Saturday, check this out, celebrate the very first Fisherman's Wharf Entertainment Zone. I know this is going on down the street from my house. Play on the Bay, down on Jefferson Street, taking over the west end of Jefferson Street from Alscoma Way to Hyde and filling it with fun. Play on the Bay is a family-friendly day party where you can enjoy live entertainment, street performances, a kids zone, People love a kid zone, dude. They just throw that generic term out
Do
there.
they?
There's a whole zone. You just put the kids in it. It's great. And more while you sip on the sidelines. The introduction to entertainment zone, the entrance is free and open to the public. So come play by the bay. And then what? You going to wrap up your Sunday with nothing? Wrong. Pitbull and Lil Jon are joining forces, and they're coming to Shoreline Amphitheater this Sunday, June 7th at 8 p.m. Hell yeah. If you were looking for that summer tour experience with top performers, look no further. This is a stop on the I'm Back tour that Pitbull will be embarking on through 2026.
He went away?
Danny, the club-like atmosphere that's going to engulf this venue from the moment Lil Jon takes the stage and says, yeah, is going to be like nothing you've experienced before. And that is your unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar. Sponsored by Surfside. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, a big old steaming pile of crap before we hand it over to Larry Krueger at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. It's Dirty Work. It's Friday, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon, Ska Friday. I like a little Save Ferris on a Ska Friday.
Yeah.
Sounds good, man. I like it, dude. Sunny day, beautiful weekend in the city ahead of us. Giants got an 18-3 win. It's all smiles. We're almost as happy as George Kittle, except we're not all married to a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model.
No, we're not, unfortunately.
But the
dream, though.
And the boys aren't playing football right now.
Good for them.
Yeah,
Not right now.
Yeah, good for him. You got a swimsuit model? Wow, good for you.
Oh, yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, that's our response. Yeah.
All right, dirty
Good
work
for you, Kittle. Good for you.
Dirty work on a Friday. I said Larry Krueger was coming up at the top of the hour, but it's our guy Bill Lasky.
Oh,
our guy
Tree.
Tree's
Nice.
coming up. A little sports phone KNBR tonight.
Sweet.
Starting at 6 o'clock.
After that victory, yes, we need more Giants post.
I forgot Krueger's on the morning show today.
Yes.
I wouldn't have been surprised if he's also doing Niners Nightly, though, would you?
No, never.
I got to talk more about how there's no minicamp next week.
Man, that's gonna be. Well, we got some night games for the Giants next week, but I'm thinking like, what's Crew gonna do?
I don't know. He's going to do. We're doing Lord Stanley's Cup nightly.
I like it.
Yeah, he's getting into some Carolina Canes. All right, Danny, we do it periodically. The filth have been clamoring for it, and Danny hasn't been delivering. So it's time to change that. Danny, why don't we get into a crap section?
I should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section. Yeah. It should be out in the dumpster.
All right, good deal. Crap section. Danny's going to sort through some stories that he found, and we'll have a little fun on a Friday evening before we get out of here at 6 o'clock. Danny, what you got for us in the crap section?
All right, kicking it off where we usually do here. Man accidentally shoots himself in the groin while shopping at a Venice, Florida Walmart.
That's where we usually start?
Sorry, Florida is where you usually start.
Yeah, in Florida.
Okay. Any other details there?
Yeah, so according to the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, the caller, someone called in this report at the local Walmart there, and they saw a trail of blood near the bathroom, so that's why they called the cops. Okay. And a short while later, an individual suffering from an apparent gunshot wound was located at the Sarasota Memorial Hospital campus in Venice. Deputies said that the surveillance video from the Walmart showed a man entering the store with a holstered gun in his waistband of his shorts. Now, the video showed that while attempting to adjust the gun in the holster, the gun discharged and struck the man in the leg and groin area.
What is this, Cheddar Bob from 8 Mile?
What is this, Plaxico Burress?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Well, damn.
The sheriff's office said that this appears to be an isolated incident with no threat to the public.
That's always a dangerous game where you're walking around with a gun in your waistband.
Yeah. And I mean, well, do they let you into Walmart without one? Is the question. I don't know. I don't know much for you on that one. I thought he was going to shoot his junk off or something. I thought that's where we were going.
Yeah, that's where we usually go with these stories. But it's. I feel bad for the guy. I feel bad for the gun too.
Kind of feel bad for the Walmart employee who's got to mop up his blood.
Yeah, that too. It's like,
I feel bad for that.
This is peen blood. Yeah.
Oh, dude, come on, man.
Well,
come on, we're working blue for Danny. Next time you get a story like that, make sure there's like an appendage missing. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
All right, dude. What else you got?
Near fatal wounds. It is. Anyway, moving on. Road rager, I should say, uses ukulele to hit a driver in the Fremont fight.
In the where?
In a fight in Fremont, I should say.
Oh, it's here. It's a local story.
Yeah, local story. Fremont, California.
Okay. Dude, we might know this guy.
All right.
Yeah.
He's part of the filth,
he might be part of the filth, dude.
He's listening.
Yeah, what up, dude?
He said my story.
So police say they're investigating a bizarre road rage incident in the Fremont area that ended with one person hitting the other over the head with an otherwise peaceful musical instrument on Monday. It's unclear what prompted the fight or whether both people knew each other before the incident, but police say the victim was driving on Mission Boulevard near Oliver Way.
Dude, what?
And Orchard Road when he noticed another driver following closely behind and honking. Both drivers pulled over, got out of their cars, and traded blows before one of them pulled out a ukulele and hit the other over the head with it, police say. Both drivers left the scene before officers could arrive, so it's unknown if anyone was badly injured or anything.
I would say, dude, I'm sorry. I thought it was an amp. I was rocking out and I was trying to smash my ukulele on the amp.
Yeah, that's so it was road rage.
Dude, he brought a ukulele to a hand fight?
Yeah,
to
come
a
on
fist
now.
Fight?
Now, can you imagine if the guy's like, "Oh, you want to play with instruments, huh? Well, I got a trumpet back here. Let's do it."
Keep topping each other for instruments, dude. What's the worst instrument you could get hit with? I mean,
one of those little triangles.
A cello would be hard to like get up into the air at you, but that'd be big.
Oh, you're saying like the biggest thing that would hurt the most?
If I were like a Looney Tune, I wouldn't want a piano to get dropped on my head.
No, you want like that. We see stars, the big lump on your head.
The big thing points out like a cone head.
Yeah, exactly.
With those little hairs on it. Well,
God, I
always
love
do that. Yeah,
cartoons.
see, cartoons were good. That's for good stuff.
But hold on. So this stemmed from a road rage incident?
Yeah, man. People get inflamed on the road. You got to be careful out there.
Do you ever get that pissed off when someone honks at you?
No.
But apparently that's like a big no-no in some areas.
Or tailgating, yeah. No, I don't know. What you got, Danny?
I was just gonna say, I think it was Gary and Larry years ago brought up where if you're gonna honk out on the streets, you better be prepared to fight.
If you're in a honk out on the street, you got to be prepared to fight.
A honk out.
A honk is fight.
Prepared to throw
you
fists.
honking at me?
Them fighting noises.
All right.
Yeah.
Put up your dukes. Let's go.
No way.
Oh, you have a ukulele? Come on, let's go.
Yeah. I'd wait for the guy to get out. I'd pretend I was getting out, and then I get back in and speed away.
Yeah.
I'm getting out of this. I'm not fighting.
I would never get that pissed off from someone honking at me. That's just not me.
Man, you were not prepared to fight either if all you had was your ukulele.
Yeah, seriously.
I hope that wasn't like their side hustle, too. You know what I mean? Hotel lobbies and whatnot. I don't know. Somewhere over the rainbow every once in a while. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Well, I mean, it's bound to be smashed. And you're like, well, now my side gig's gone.
He's like, dude, I just got this off eBay. It was a Brother Is original. He used it. What you got, Dan?
Derek, what would you use from your car as a weapon?
I have a vacuum cleaner in the back that I probably use. I've never used it before, but I use it in a fight.
Yeah. Wait, why is the vacuum cleaner in your trunk?
I bought a vacuum thinking it was going to be like a big vacuum. Turned out to be a little vacuum.
Like it's like a hand vacuum?
It was a big box, but yes, it was like a hand vacuum that you use on your car. And I was like, damn it. So
you bought it for your house, for your apartment?
Bought it for my house. It turned out to be a very small vacuum, so I leave it in the back of my car.
So did you get another vacuum?
Yeah, I have a new vacuum.
Oh, you
now.
got an appropriately sized.
Yes, I do.
So do you use the trunk vacuum for your car?
No.
Just lives there.
It just lives there, and probably should go around to clean my car a little bit.
Yeah, I bet, dude. All right. One more for me, Danny?
Yeah, one more. A South Carolina police officer was arrested and fired for allegedly aiming his service weapon at a fellow cop for microwaving fish at the station.
Oh, is that fish in here?
Yeah. What is that, code for something? That's from Dirty Work, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What is that? What is that, fish in here? Is
Yeah,
that code?
I
you wearing a wire?
I'm big on not bringing fish to work.
So a guy, this is a police officer, lost his job and was arrested because he pointed a gun at a coworker at the police station.
Well, you shouldn't pull a
who
gun on
microwaved
somebody.
fish at the police station?
That's a little much.
Yeah, 46-year-old Michael DeBise with the Myrtle Beach Police Department was hit with a charge of pointing and presenting a firearm at a person in the June 2nd incident, according to the arrest warrant. Yeah, pointing the weapon at a fellow officer for microwaving fish.
That's a little much.
Does it say what kind of fish it was?
It does not say what kind of fish.
See, this would
That's
be
a
important.
determining factor to you?
I don't know. What's the guy's name? The officer?
Michael DeBise.
You don't hear me do this often. I kind of ride with this cop.
To the point you want to pull a gun?
I'm like, dude, don't be bringing fish to work. No,
No,
I wouldn't
never
you
bring
do
fish
that.
to work.
Dude, that's maybe the worst form item you could bring to a communal space. We had a guy here named Steve Fishman, and we had another guy for a while, Justin Sadu, who was nicknamed Fish Guy.
Yeah.
Because he was the full-time board op for the Ted Ramey show.
Okay.
And he would bring fish and microwave it in the break room at the old studio.
No, it stinks.
No, dude, so we started calling him Fish Guy. That's bad for him. You can't be doing that.
No, you can't do that.
I don't care what white fish, salmon, doesn't matter to me.
No, I'm totally.
I'm a fish guy, too. I like fish.
I'm cooking salmon, but you can't bring it to work. You can't have leftovers here, so that's disgusting. But don't pull guns on people over it. That's all.
The gun thing is all, it's all separate.
Was he Gilbert Arenas bringing I mean, I get it, he's a cop, but haha, it's a joke.
What are you,
No.
Javaris Crittenton?
Yeah, exactly.
That's going to do it for your crap section. All right, we got one going there, Dan.
There you go.
You finished strong, dude, with the fish one. Because nobody likes that.
No.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed, hand it over to Bill Lasky, who's got you for some Sports Phone KNBR starting at 6 o'clock. It's Dirty Work. It's a Friday. We'll put it to bed next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Holy crap. The Giants have another scoring bonanza. A day after scoring 12 runs in Milwaukee, they put up 18 in Chicago. 7 home runs, 2 from Chapman, 2 from Adames, 2 from Schmidt, and 1 from Cox. Is the offense starting to figure things out? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Friday evening, putting the show to bed. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. Hope everybody had a good week. We had a bunch of short shows this week, but we got some full ones next week with you. Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the Giants are home to take on the Nationals. 6:45 Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday, a 12:45 start. So we'll be on after that. And then Thursday, a full show for an off day for the Giants. That's their next off day, the 11th. And then Friday night against the Cubs, we will be at the ballpark at 58 Social on the patio. So get ready for a weekend Cubs series next Friday, and we'll be out there among the filth and the fans at the ballpark.
Can't wait.
All right. Why don't we get ready to get out of the way here and hand it over to Bill Lasky, who's got you with some Sports Phone KNBR on a Friday night. Danny, you got a note to self for us on a Friday?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. I didn't know George Kittle's wife was a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Danny's got some work to do this weekend.
Good for me.
Oh, yeah, good for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good for them. He says good for me on that, and the other one is, good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Note to self.
Note to self.
We might be dirty work, but Jose, we love you, man, but that story was a little too much.
Too much.
A little too much.
A little too graphic.
Yeah.
I guess I'll have to take you at your word, number 2. Note to self.
Note to self.
The San Francisco Giants had not scored 12 runs or more in back-to-back games since June of 2000. That's, of course, according to Derek's Institute of Research and Technology, or as you know it better, DIRT.
Use that stat, everybody.
Yeah.
It might be wrong, but use it.
It might be wrong, but you know where it came from. It came from the dirt. So that's going to do it for Dirty Work for the Friday and for the week. Thanks to our guests today, Rich Aurelio. Love talking to Richie, and to Andy Baggerly. If you missed those, all available, thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. The Giants riding a 3-game winning streak into
Good for them.
The weekend. Danny, great work this week. We will talk to you next week, and we'll see all you guys on Monday as we get ready for the Giants and the Nationals. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station. Bill Lasky, Sports Phone KNBR starts right now. Have a good weekend.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful. Touchdown! Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black. Goodbye! This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045. Here's your host, Bill Lasky.
Welcome into a Friday edition of Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. And what do you call 3 wins in a row? That's pretty easy, isn't it? It's a winning streak. Well, the Giants have done this 3 times this year. April 7th, 8th, and 9th. 2 against Pittsburgh, 1 against Baltimore. April 16th, 17th, and 18th. 1 against the Reds and 2 against the Nationals. And today, they walloped the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field 18-3. 18 runs, 19 hits, 7 home runs, 2 by Schmidt, 2 by Adames, and 2 by Matt Chapman. That's right. Matt Chapman's on a roll. Hit 1 home run in 2 months, and he's done 3 of them now. So it's all looking good for Matt Chapman. Are we okay on this? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't hear it. All right, I'm sorry. Just a miscue there for my producer and I. Giants end up winning, like I said, 18-3. 3 players had double home runs. A grand slam was the Copper. Of course, that home run was in the 4th inning when the Giants scored 6 runs. And also in the 6th inning when they scored 7 runs, 13 runs in 2 innings. In the 4th inning, 10 batters faced. And then in the 6th inning, they had 12 batters come up. So a good game by the San Francisco Giants as they equal their road trip 4-4 with 2 more left to go in Chicago. And everything's looking good when they win. Everything looks great when they score. Everything looks great when they did both hits and runs. If you look at the last two games, the last game in Milwaukee and the first game in Chicago, 30 runs by the San Francisco Giants, 39 hits and 9 home runs. 9 home runs. Come on. That was in 2 games. So it's been rolling good. Now the Giants are going to try to finish out this road trip with a Saturday and Sunday game in Chicago tomorrow, an 11 a.m. start, 11:20, I'm sorry. And then Sunday, kind of a weird start. It's a 5:20 start. And that means the Giants are going to be flying home all night to face the Washington Nationals on Monday at 6:45. All right, we're going to take a quick break, come back with more. We'll take a look at this road trip. Got a great show lined up, so we'll take a quick break, come right back here on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Holy crap. The Giants have another scoring bonanza. A day after scoring 12 runs in Milwaukee, they put up 18 in Chicago. 7 home runs, 2 from Chapman, 2 from Adames, 2 from Schmidt, and 1 from Cox. Is the offense starting to figure things out? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
And the 2-2 pitch. Adames swings and belts it high and deep out to left. On its way and long gone. A majestic blast to left off the bat of Willy Adames. A no-doubter to left. His 10th home run of the year. I think that one cleared the bleachers even here at Wrigley Field. What a blast. It's 2-0 Giants and a great way to start the series here in Chicago.
Back on KNBR with Bill Lasky, the first home run of 7 as Willy Adames hit that in the first inning. A 2-2 fastball, about 99.5 miles. He didn't miss it. There's no question he didn't miss it. 427 feet. Man, that's a bomb. And you think about the wind really wasn't blowing much today. It was really a normal day in Chicago. Of course, they had a rain delay for about 45 minutes to an hour. The Giants just came out swinging. They did it in Milwaukee. They brought the bats in. They were hot as hell. And what happens? They just smoked the Cubs today. 19 hits. 18 runs. It was a laugher, as Mike Krukow would say. But again, can they continue to do this? This is the question today. 415-808-KNBR. Can the Giants keep this roll going on in June? They're 3-2. They got a winning month of June. Hey, how about that? 10-18 in May, 11-15 in April, 2-3 in March. But this could happen. This Giants team could get hot, and the offense could carry them. We've been waiting for the triangle. Adames, Chapman, and Devers. They're all starting to heat up. Matt Chapman in a postgame show on NBC Bay Area says, I feel the best I've felt all year. He's definitely producing. 2 home runs today with a grand slam. 8 RBIs for Matt Chapman today, the highest in his career. He went 2 for 3. You look at other guys, 2 for 2, Willy Adames with 2 walks. Casey Schmidt, who's going to be an all-star, no question. There's no doubt he's going to be an all-star for the Giants. Went 4 for 6 today, 3 RBIs. 2 home runs. He's got 15 home runs already. 38 RBIs. Casey Schmidt. Yeah, the Casey Schmidt we thought couldn't hit last year. Oh, he's hitting this year. And then you start looking at one other player that really has made a difference in this lineup. I know half of you are probably saying, hey, is it him? That's right, it's Bryce Eldridge. No question, Bryce Eldridge. He has put an exclamation point in this lineup. 2 for 5 today. He's hitting .293. Why? Because he's hitting. He's playing. He's hitting. He's playing. Something we've always been waiting to watch and see. He was 20 for 70 coming into this game today. 20 hits and 70 at-bats. 2 home runs, 6 RBIs. He goes 2 for 5 today. .293. His swing is so pretty. It is so pretty when he goes through that swing. The follow-through, the way he mashes the ball, the way the ball comes off that bat. I want him up in the order, though. I still want him up in the order. I like what they've done. I like how Jung-Hoo Lee is hitting now 5th. Eldridge is 6th. I like where Chapman is now. Stay down there. Stay hot. But we still haven't talked about the hottest hitter the Giants have. That's Jung-Hoo Lee. He's got 13-game hitting streak. 13 games he's hit. And he started before he was on the IL. His first game here in a Giants uniform since he was off the IL was last Friday. In Colorado, Game 1, he goes 4 for 5. Game 2, he goes 2 for 4. Game 3, 5 for 6. 3 games in Colorado, 11 for 15. He continues in Milwaukee, 1 for 4 in Game 1. Didn't start in Game 2. Pinch hit, got a knock. 1 for 1. Game 2, Game 3, 2 for 4. And what does he do in Game 4? 4 for 5. 4 for 5. Goes 8 for 14 in Colorado, 19 for 29 on a road trip. Takes a 1 for 4 today. 20 hits in 33 at-bats. That's right. Jung-Hoo Lee, that guy. The guy that everybody wondered if he was ever going to hit again. Well, he's hot. How about 25 for 50 in this 13-game hitting streak? 25 for 50, hitting 500. Come on, when does that happen? 7 home runs, or 7 RBIs, 1 home run, 1 triple, 4 doubles. That's pretty good. That's really good if he make my mistake. And you start thinking about what can he do? Played center field today, played right field today. He can play any outfield position. And I think this is just obtaining what he can do. This is what we love to see. Go the opposite way. Push the ball to left field, pull the ball, hit the ball down the line. He's done everything that the blueprint of Jung-Hoo Lee that we're supposed to get from Korea is now portraying in a Giants uniform. And I love it. I love watching him hit. The bat is knocking balls all over the ballpark. Left field, right field, center field, in the gaps. Seems like that helmet just all of a sudden is not flying off his head. I wonder why. Maybe because he's hitting the ball. Maybe that helmet just is not moving so much because that head's got on the ball. The eyes are on the bat. The eyes are on the ball. That's hitting. And we're seeing some great hitting out of Jung-Hoo Lee. And it's great. 13-game hitting streak. He raised his average over 300. Came into today's game 322. Went 1 for 4. Went down maybe a knock. But again, he's hitting over 300. Luis Arraez, what a fabulous hitter. 325 going into today's game. He goes 2 for 5 with an RBI. Just did fantastic batting. Just nice sack fly in the 6th inning for an RBI. Everything that happened today is what we were expecting as a Giants team to do in April, May, and now in June. So let's get the June bats still going hot. Let's finish up this road trip with 2 wins and come home with a 5-game win streak before the homestand. That would be ideal. That would get some Giants fans hollering on Monday night when they face the Nationals. But, you know, it all starts with hitting. It all starts with the offense. Pitching, we'll talk about as the show goes on. Got a lot of question marks on pitching, and the starting staff has got to get better. The bullpen up and down again. 415-808-KNBR. Let's get some calls coming in. Let's go to Los Altos and talk to Bones. Bones, you're on a Sports Phone KNBR Friday night. What's going on, Bones?
Hey, how are you, Bill? I used to talk to you quite a bit in the past. I still say you're the best there is in analyzing baseball. So I think the issue with the Giants is pretty much a confidence issue. And when you really look at how the team was put together, they didn't have any core to hang on to. And I think, as you know, in baseball, especially in hitting, you have to see yourself as a hitter. And part of seeing yourself as a hitter is recognizing what you do in situations pertaining to what other people are doing. And nobody could figure out what other people were doing, and they were all pressing so hard they couldn't hit. It seems that they've relaxed a little bit more now, and they're much more at ease, and they're playing as a team. And I think that's what they were lacking.
You know, Bones, that's a great perspective, and I think everybody was waiting for the next guy to get hot. And the next thing that happened was all 9 of them weren't hot. And there was no kind of conclusion of, hey, this guy's starting to feel it, this guy's starting to feel it. No, nobody was. The end result was 0 for 3, 0 for 4. And we were waiting to see what this team could do. And what has happened here on this road trip They have double-digit runs, double-digit hitting, and it's been fantastic to watch. It's exciting when we see the Giants score so many runs. But like I'm going to ask you, can they continue to do this?
Well, let's see what happens when they really start facing some strong pitchers.
Well, I tell you, the next two starters, if you're going to look at the Cubs, Bed Brown, 2-2 with a 1.9 earned run average, a right-hander, and James Talion on Sunday, 2-5 with a 5.1 earned run average. James Talion's given up 20 home runs already. So if you're looking at down the road here, Landon Roop and Trevor McDonald both have to get better outings than their last outing on the road trip. It is possible, but I still think early runs are going to manufacture more runs as the game continues.
That's so important because what's happened, the pitching staff, unfortunately the Giants have always been shy on producing runs. And that's very depressing for a pitching staff. When you think of the Matt Cain, how he got the voodoo of 2 runs a game or 1 run a game and stuff like that, and it's really frustrating for pitchers when they have good outings, And then with the Giants this year early, it was not just the pitching collapsing or leaving, but also the sloppy baseball they were playing. I mean, they were playing terrible defensive baseball.
Well, how about this one, Bones? How about having the runs, getting the runs, and you can't get 5 innings in? That's depressing in my eyes as an ex-pitcher, watching these guys can't get 5 innings, 15 outs, and they have the lead, and Tony Vitello has to go to the bullpen. That, to me, is not good pitching. And that's happened a few times here with the starting pitchers.
It happened because they don't have the confidence. Because look how many games they lost in the last 2 innings or 3 innings.
Yeah, this road trips, you've seen a lot of them. A couple of them for sure. And that first one last Friday was the clunker, 5 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning by the Rockies. They just couldn't figure out what they were going to do in the bullpen, and I still don't think they do. Now all of a sudden Keaton wins, the closer. He's never closed a game. This is the first full year he's been in a bullpen. It's really, closer by committee. Who's throwing the best, and how can I get the last 3 outs of a game?
Yeah, but when you played, you wanted to make sure when you went out to the mound, okay, you wanted to go out to the mound. You felt confident in the team behind you, well, that's really important. And if you're walking out on eggshells, you're going to break some of them, and it's going to break you after a period of time.
You're so true, Bronzy. But, when back in our day, and I'm sure you've watched in the 80s and 90s, the starting pitcher, we didn't want the bullpen to even get up. You were going out there focused to throw 9 innings. I don't think these starting pitchers are focused to go 9 innings. I think they're focused to go 5 innings. And if I can get the 6th inning in, man, I'm doing a good job. That's why pitching has changed so much in the way baseball and analytics has changed the starting pitchers and now how important the bullpen is.
I watched Ruben Gomez pitch on the opening day at Seal Stadium. I was at Candlestick Park on opening day, and I was at Pac Bell on opening day of the ballparks, not just of the season.
Right. Oh, those are good 2 memories right there. Fantastic. Well, you definitely watched some good games at Seal Stadium, and I'm sure you saw a few of them at Candlestick Park also.
Some really great games at Seal Stadium, actually. That was such a wonderful ballpark, But the days when the Giants had the Willies, they had Mays, McCovey, and Willie Kirkland. It was so much fun. But
fun
hey,
times, Bonesy.
Call, Bill. Always great to talk to you.
Bonesy, thanks again for calling in. Thank you. Yeah, thanks again. I appreciate it. You start reflecting on, what happened in Seal Stadium, Candlestick Park, of course, SBC, AT&T, now it's Oracle Park. All the memories of some great athletes, some great Giants, all the way back to Mays and McCovey, all the way to Timmy Lincecum and Buster Posey. There's been so many ways and the waves of Giant players that have played in so many pivotal games and so many great eras of baseball. And you start thinking about now. What's the 2026 team made of? Buster Posey wants memories out of this team. Well, right now at 26 and 38, The memories are going negative, not positive, and I think that's how it's got to change. It's got to change within, and it's got to change with this 9 batters coming up to the plate today. And we watched it today. We watched it yesterday. We watched it in Milwaukee, how they battled back after they lost the first 2 games and won the last 2 games. And that's what makes the game of baseball so fun. Every day is different. Every pitcher is different. Every time you go out there, the game is totally live. From the first pitch to the last pitch, it's a whole new game. That's why you play 162 of them. And right now, the Giants have played 98 games. They got 98 left. They've played 26 and 38. 64 games in, 98 left. 415-808-KNBR. Let's talk about this Giants team, man. This is a fun show tonight as the Giants embarrass the Cubs 18-3. Let's go to South San Francisco and talk to John. John, you're on a Friday night show with Bill Lasky. How are you?
Bill, I'm doing great. After a good Giants win today, as you say, 18-3 against the Cubs. Hey, I like it. And I like how this team's playing now, you know?
You know, John, you think about, if you weren't watching a game and you just looked at the scorecard, you would have think the wind was blowing out, but it really wasn't. The wind really didn't matter. These guys were knocking the hell out of the ball today. And the one ball Matt Chapman hit still going. That ball was hit 432 feet out left field. He smoked that ball.
Bill, I did see parts of the game today, and then I see the ending of the ninth inning when Jonah Cox got his first home run. I mean, hey, this guy's special. Jonah Cox looks like he's MLB ready, prepared to play. I mean, he can play left, center, or do you think he can play right field, Bill?
Oh, yeah, he can play corners. Of course, he can play center field the best. I mean, we saw that play in Milwaukee where he almost knocked the wall down going after that ball. I really thought he was going to break his collarbone the way he hit that wall. He's a young player that's trying his best in everything he can do. Of course, he gets his first major league hit off a player in Colorado. Then he gets his first home run today off a player. But you know what? It doesn't matter. 20 years from now, those stats are going to say a home run in Chicago, his first base hit in Colorado. It doesn't matter. You're in the big leagues, and I think that's what he's so happy about, John. And, hey, he went 3 for 3 today. The home run was off a player, but the first 2 hits he got, he hit really well to right field. Ended up going 3 for 3 today.
Absolutely. Hey, Bill, I got to ask you a question. Do you think it's a good idea to have a players pitch, and then if it's a blowout game, what's your...
I don't like it.
Me either. I'm not.
I don't like it. I tell you the reason why, John. And then, you go back to old school days. Hey, you eat it up. You go out there and throw as a pitcher. That's your inning. You go out there and throw. If you get 2-3 runs on you, that's on you. But a lot of these guys want to save the arms. You got 13 pitchers on a staff. And we didn't even have we had 8 pitchers sometimes on our staff. And we still went out there and threw those 8th and 9th innings. A different game, a different era. That's what managers do. It's sad to see because, you're looking at a guy lobbing the ball in like slow pitch softball. But it's a major league game, and those at-bats count.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I thought I didn't see – I think – how did Robbie Ray do? He lasted – how many innings today, Bill? He went what?
He got the win today. He went 5 innings. He only gave up 2 hits. Yeah, he gave up 2 hits, no runs. But the walks again, John, 5 walks and a lot of overthrows with the fastball. He tried to elevate the fastball at times. He tried to pinpoint the fastball. Walked 5 and didn't get in trouble. He had a couple innings where it was first and second, got out of it. He ended up throwing 97 pitches in 5 innings. So, as we used to say, that 5 and fly and get the win, but he'll take the win.
You're absolutely right, Bill. As we approach for tomorrow's game against the Cubs tomorrow, and I believe it's McDonald versus I don't know who's on the
mound. Landon Roop. Landon Roop's on the hill tomorrow, John.
I'm sorry.
Landon Roop
I'm
tomorrow.
Sorry. Oops, I apologize, Landon Roop. Sorry, Landon, if you're hearing this. Oops, sorry.
Landon Roop tomorrow, Trevor McDonald Sunday. McDonald will be on Sunday,
yes.
Which is really kind of strange. They play a 5:30 game on Sunday, which is it's a Peacock game. It'll be a major game, but You know, they forget the Giants have to get in a plane and fly from Chicago home, and then they play a night game against Washington. And that's a tough, long night. That's a tough night where you got to calm down in the plane, get some rest, and you're back into a homestand where you play the Nationals for 3. You get Thursday off, and then you play the Cubs again next weekend. But still, they got 2 more games on this road trip. They're 4-4, John, and let's hope and continues with this offense to get 2 more wins.
You're absolutely right, Bill. Bill, there's one thing about when teams are playing like a night game, like, for example, like you said, Sunday Night Baseball. Does that affect a team when you you get on the plane, you get back to San Francisco? How does it affect, with the time difference? How does that work, Bill?
Well, the time factor is going to hurt you. You're going to go back 3 hours, so you'll gain to 2 hours because Chicago's 2 hours ahead. You get to 2 hours back, but when you come back to California, your body clock's still on Midwest time. You got to try to rest. It's so hard to try to relax and get 8 hours of sleep. Your body's still moving. Your brain's still thinking, and you're worried about the next day against the Nationals. It's tough flying like that. It's tough flying the all-nighters and then the next day trying to be ready to play. It's always the second day. It always took the players the second day is when your body clock starts getting tired. Your legs are a little heavier. Your arms are a little heavier from throwing, but you just got to kick it in gear because it's Major League Baseball. Nobody's going to care how you feel. They want to see you produce.
Right, and I agree with you on that one. So, Bill, if this team can play well this week, if they can go for a sweep against the Cubs, I mean, I will be happy if they go for the sweep. I mean, that would be
3
huge.
wins in. 3 wins in, John, and 2 more to go. They haven't won 4 games in a row this year, and tomorrow we'll find out, and I'll be doing the Extra Inning post-game show tomorrow, and we'll talk about it again, John. But thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 415-808-KNBR. If you want to get on the phone lines, we'll take a quick break. Got a couple people on hold. Don't go anywhere. I'm Bill Lasky. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Chapman, at the very least, looking to elevate a ball deep enough into the outfield. The 1-0, he swings and drives this one out to left center. Crow Armstrong is back. He's at the track, looking up. It is another Giants grand slam. Matt Chapman joins the party. A grand slam to left center here in the fourth. It is 6-0 Giants.
Back on Sports Phone KNBR on a Friday night. My name is Bill Lasky, hosting the show, and you heard Joe Rizzo talk about that grand slam in the fourth inning when Matt Chapman hit a 1-0 curveball, hung it. Matt Chapman didn't miss it, 382 feet for his third home run. He came back in the sixth inning and hit another one, a fourth home run, 8 RBIs for the night for Matt Chapman. A big smile on his face on NBC Bay Area. He was player of the game. He's got 4 home runs now, 31 RBIs. The man has joined the party. Keep him down in that order. Let him be a surprise. Perfect place for him in that 7th spot. But a lot of good things happened today, and we talked about Jung-Hoo Lee's 13-game hitting streak. On the pitching side, Robbie Ray scuffled a little bit, couldn't get the fastball into zone. 97 pitches, 57 of them for strikes. Not a good number there. He went 5 innings, only giving up 2 hits. But the walks again plagued him. 5 walks today, 4 strikeouts. Once again, that first pitch strike, 13 out of 21. 21 foul balls. This guy gives up more foul balls sometimes where that pitch count just continues to rise. And like I said, 97 pitches. Carson Seymour came up today. Wilkin Ramos was sent back to AAA. Carson Seymour came in for 3 innings, gave up 3 earned runs, 6 hits, took an all-nighter from Sacramento into Chicago. Probably a little jet lag, but he got 3 innings in. He ate some innings up for the Giants. And then Dylan Smith came in through 1 inning, punched out 2. So a good game all around. Of course, the pitching could have been better with Robbie Ray and Seymour, but when you have a big lead like 18-1, you can give up a couple runs, and the Giants did that as they got their 26th win today, 18-3. Nice big-time win. Six times grand slams were hit this year by the San Francisco Giants. 2 by Bader, 1 by Devers, 1 by Haas in Milwaukee, 1 by Adames in Colorado, and 1 by Chapman here in Chicago. 3 of them on this road trip. How about that? That's very impressive. 6 of them, 6 grand slams. Wow, that's pretty cool. All right, let's get back to the phone lines. 415-808-KNBR. Let's go to Los Angeles and talk to another Bill. Bill, how are you?
Hey, pretty good. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, great. Glad you picked up the phone.
Yeah. Thank you. It's tough being a Giants fan recently in L.A. because all my friends are giving me back all the trash I gave them through the World Series years. But and
yeah, it kind of equals out, doesn't it?
Wife, yeah, it does. But to boot, my wife and oldest son are Dodger fans, and only my younger son is a Giants fan, so I have one failure as a kid. But that's something to be discussed later.
Come on, you can't say that. One failure's got to be that Dodger fan, right? That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. and the irony is that my Giants fan works for the Dodgers. He produces the radio broadcast.
Wow.
So
that's pretty cool. Very cool.
It is. But he's dying every night because we text back and forth, and that bad spell, it's hard. But anyway, I just want to thank you for being the voice of sanity, because I listen to you all the time. In fact, I'm taking a walk in beautiful Alhambra, California, and
that's a great place.
You are yeah, it is, and you're one of the calming guys that, unlike if you look at social media, we either want to trade everybody or fire everybody.
Well, I look at it this way, Bill, and, there's been times in the 7 or 8 years I've been doing extra inning post games where I've had rants, but it's been effective rant when the team's not hustling, when the team's not playing well. Last year I had when the team lost 16-2 and nobody gave a damn. Nobody was running after balls. Nobody even went up there looking to hit. That's a rant to me. That gives me some knowledge to tell fans, hey, that's not acceptable. But when you're losing like they are, and 26-38, all I can do is point to the things why they lost or why they won. There's no reason to rant 12 games under 500. This team is giving their effort. They just haven't played well. And I think hopefully we can start seeing some more positive things in the month of June. It does take time sometimes, Bill. I played professional baseball for 13 years. I pitched. There was days I couldn't throw a strike, and there was other days I couldn't throw a ball. But there's times in baseball careers that you get hot, and there's sometimes you get in these ruts. Right now, I'm looking at Matt Chapman, a total different hitter at the plate, crushing a ball. You can see the swing path, hitting the ball solid off the barrel. Is this a change in him? We're hoping. You see Arise do it every day, but they're two different type hitters. So when I look at this team and I look at the guys scuffling and starting to play better, maybe that is a sign that this team can win a few more games. And hopefully they can do it more and more, because the month of June, you're going to have a lot of battles here. You got the Braves coming up, you got Miami again, the Cubs again. So you got some tough teams coming ahead of you, but if this team can stay together and use this 9 people in the lineup, and everybody contributes, they do have a chance to win more games.
Exactly. And for those of us, I've been a Giants fan since 1961. Remember June Swoon? So,
of course I do.
But most people don't, that June Swoon hasn't happened as much in recent years. But I still remember reading the Chronicle, and, they talking about the June Swoon. So anyway, hey, I just
and you know what else, Bill? Just real quick, Bill, players know that too. Players know it when you start scuffling into June. And those words come out of players' mouth. Don't let this be a June Swoon. You got to battle. You got to play a little harder. Those two words, June Swoon, have come around baseball for many years.
Wow, that's great. Well, before I let you go, I just want to say I always wanted to go to Giants fantasy camp, and I know you're one of the big guys, but unfortunately it got too old. I don't think I could hack it at this point, but it was a dream of mine to go with my younger brother, but, it's kind of like got to cross that off the bucket list, because I'm afraid I get hit by a ball, trying to catch it.
Yeah, you don't want to have injuries. You want to keep your older years on both feet. You don't want one foot in a cast or anything like that, any kind of injury. But, Bill, a pleasure to talk to you tonight. Please call me on weekends. I'm on every weekend. A pleasure, Bill. Thank you. Let's go to Santa Rosa and talk to Brian. Brian, you're on a Sports Phone KNBR Friday night. Giants, 18 runs today. What about that, Brian?
Well, I called because I'm so struck with the hot and cold hitting of the team, and I wanted to see if we could figure a little Sherlock Holmes as to why it happens. And because I'm an eye surgeon and I play senior league baseball, I pay a lot of attention to the visual acuity of a player, and also on the lighting conditions, whether the sun is behind the pitched ball or on the front of the pitched ball, or whether the center field scoreboard is nice and dark black, or whether instead it's filled with clutter and patter and distracting lights. And I think that the Giants, well, number one, they should make sure every batter in the lineup has had a recent eye exam and got a strong 20/20 vision. And number two,
well, Brian, they go through exams. They go through exams all through spring training. They go through health exams, eye exams. They go through a whole cluster of physical exams. They do this before they get on the field. So they do all that. Now it's up to the player if he can wear contacts or glasses, or sometimes you see lighted shaded glasses when it's like a sheen in center field. They do different things to try to keep better eye contact. But you're absolutely right. Eyes mean so much, and the eye contact on the ball is everything.
Yes, and I see all the time that within just 3 months, the optics of the eye can change and a tune-up is necessary. And I really think that somebody might want to look statistically at the games when the Giants get, 15 or 20 hits. Are those always the day games, or are they always games where the lighting is really, really good? Because when you get super good lighting and your pupils become small, your depth of focus extends from the pitcher's mound all the way to home plate. And that can be a huge help to hitters if they have small pupils when they're batting. They'll just see the ball and the spin a lot better.
Let me ask you something, Brian. Natural lighting, the sun's out. Is that better for your eyes? Is that something that you can pick up the ball a little better than lights? Because I would think lights have that sheen on them. Sometimes they give you a shadow.
Yeah, I think the direct view backdrop, what is right behind the pitcher out there in the center field fence and scoreboard, makes a real difference. And the Giants could even experiment a little bit with this if they wanted to go dark on the entire scoreboard and have somebody out there at a night batting practice and see what effect it had on the hitters. I think there's something to be discovered here to enhance vision. I know in my own batting, I'm still playing baseball in the senior leagues. If the sun is behind the center fielder and I'm up to bat, then the sun is only shining on the back of the baseball as it approaches home plate. And yet, if it's a morning sun that's shining on the front of the baseball, it's much easier to see that ball. And
Brian, you always talk about the batter's eyes in center field. They always try to make it dark green. You never see too many on black. It's always that dark green, and it's always kind of a natural color. I know in Colorado you have the trees out there also. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. As a pitcher, we used to always say try to get your arm up and out to try to get it out of that eye socket where the hitters throw. I used to be 2 o'clock. That's where my arm used to come out of where the slot was, and I used to try to bring it down a little farther because it got toward close shortstop because I was tall, long arms. So a lot of it is where the ball's coming out of the pitcher's hand, and of course coming straight over the top, it's easier to see.
Absolutely, and I think the worst possible scenario is a busybody scoreboard with lots of patterns and animated movements happening while the ball is being pitched. You certainly don't want that. That would be definitely detrimental to hitting the ball. And I hope the Giants stay hot like this, and I hope that they all get their up-to-date eye exams.
Great call, Brian. I appreciate your call, and a lot of good thoughts right there, especially from hitters and even pitchers using their eyes more, and hopefully that all concludes with an eye test, and I'm pretty sure they've done it. All right, we're going to take a quick break right now on Sports Phone KNBR. Come back with more, 415-808-KNBR. My name is Bill Lasky. I'm the host of Sports Phone KNBR on a Friday night. Come back with more right here on The Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We won a game. We won a game yesterday. If we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
Holy crap. The Giants have another scoring bonanza. A day after scoring 12 runs in Milwaukee, they put up 18 in Chicago. 7 home runs, 2 from Chapman, 2 from Adames, 2 from Schmidt, and 1 from Cox. Is the offense starting to figure things out? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
Sound right, boy.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Back on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky on a Friday night. Giants embarrass the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley today, 18-3. 18 runs on 19 hits, 7 home runs were hit by the San Francisco Giants. Tomorrow, 11:20, Landon Roop, 5-6 with a 4.2 earned run average, goes against Ben Brown, a right-hander. He's 2-2 with a 1.92 earned run average. First pitch at 11:20. On Sunday, that game's been moved to 5:30 p.m. That'll be on Peacock. Trevor McDonald, 2-3 with a 4.5 earned run average against James Talion, 2-5 with a 5.13 earned run average. 2 more games left on the road trip, a 10-game road trip. They're 4-4 at the present time. All right, coming up next right here, Dave Tobner. Of course, we always talk, it seems like all the time when the Giants lose. Well, tonight, the Giants have won, so we're changing up our conversation. Dave Tobner, what's going on, my friend?
Oh, that was a great introduction. I'll take that. That's one of the best wins I think you and I have ever had on a night where we talk.
Well, you know, you look back a day ago in Milwaukee, they slugfest either. They had 12 runs on 20 hits. Today, 18 runs on 19 hits. I mean, this team all of a sudden scored 30 runs in 2 games, and that's a lot of runs, and that's a lot of hits. What the hell's going on, Dave?
Yeah, especially after a 1-0 win on Wednesday. So it was nobody. I don't think anybody saw this coming, but boy, they look good. And I think a lot of it is putting Bryce Eldridge in the lineup every day, and you lengthen that lineup out. You get another dangerous bat in the middle of the lineup. I think he helps everyone, and you're kind of seeing what this lineup is capable of when they're all firing on all cylinders. And the guys that are streaky are hot at the moment, and Eldridge is, he looks like he's belonged here the whole time. So it's really fun to watch. It's definitely more fun than seeing him try to scrape 2 or 3 runs and hope for the best. That's for sure.
Well, this road trip started last Friday, and it was an ugly 9th inning. Then the Colorado Rockies scored 5 runs and win that game. But Jung-Hoo Lee came back after the IL, and he has been fantastic over the last 8 games. He had 1 game he didn't start, still came in and pinch hit and got a hit. And he's 25 for 50 in a 13-game hitting streak. Of course, that started, before he went on the IL. But still, when you're looking at the 8 games he's played in, he's been hitting the ball everywhere he wants to. And what I love about him, he's not really over-swinging anymore, Dave. He's trying to take the ball, push it on the outside pitch, and pulling that ball down the right field line. When you're looking at 4 doubles, 1 triple, 1 home run, I'll take that any day in a 13-game hitting streak.
Oh, incredible. I think he's up to over 320 now. He's hitting on the year, and this is the guy that they thought they were getting when they gave him that big contract when he came over here. It's taken him a little while to settle into the big league game, and he's had flashes, and he had that road trip in New York where he hit a couple of home runs, and I thought that was his breakout, and then he kind of falls back down to earth, hits around 260, that kind of thing. But he's looked like a different hitter, like you said, using the whole field. Not getting pull happy, slapping the ball around and using the gaps, and just what they wanted him to do, and the kind of hitter that would thrive at the Giants ballpark too. So he's looked great, and him, Eldridge, having them both hitting at the same time in the lineup, it's really done a lot to take the pressure off of everybody else. And they look really loose. They look like they're just a lot more loose, more comfortable at the plate, and the results are there.
Dave Tobner joined me on Sports Phone KNBR on Friday. You can follow him on X at GGGiants. Does a great job following the team as well as his input as the game's going on. You start looking at Casey Schmidt, one of the hottest hitters. I really didn't like him when he first led off. I was like, what's Tony doing? But, man, today, 4 for 6, 2 home runs. He does hitting the ball all over the place, close to 290, 295. Definitely on the All-Star ballot, and I think the Giants fans got to rally and get him to the All-Star game in Philadelphia.
Oh, I definitely think he's going, even if he's not voted in. I think, I have a hard time seeing the Giants having more than one All-Star, and I have a feeling that Schmidt's going to be their guy. But, yeah, it would be great to vote him in. I mean, but what he's always – you remember when Schmidt came up and he set the world on fire. He was hitting everything, and then he fell back to earth. The league figured him out, and he never really got a chance to. He never really established himself, and he's just been a different player this year, and from the get-go, right from opening day. And I don't know that the Giants thought that he was going to do this. If they did, I don't think they would have signed Arise to play second base and kind of left him as a man without a position. But boy, what a good ball player, being able to just take left field with no problems at all. I mean, he's had a few problems out there, but nothing out of the ordinary for a guy that's never played out there. He looks comfortable, and I don't know, it's not like they're 12 games under. I shudder to think where they'd be without him. It would be pretty rough.
One of the things you just said, Dave, about Schmidt, and I totally agree with you. When he first came up, he was swinging a lot of balls out of the zone, all the balls down, sliders down the zone, swing happy. And I remember talking to Pat Burrell, and they kind of pushed him closer to the plate. And he said he started seeing the ball a little bit more. He is a little closer to the plate, but I don't think he's as tight as we think he is. But he handles that inside fastball so well. The slider away is still a tough pitch for him. But, man, you throw balls inside in that inner corner, he is not missing them. And today he hit another one out. I mean, he had 2 of them out. But that 14th, on the 4th inning when he hit his 14th home run, that was all barrel of the bat. And that's what I love seeing. When he lets it go, man, he rips it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's no doubters, too. I mean, and you can, like you said, he can get around on the ball. You can't bust him in. He's quick to the ball. He's got a quick bat. He's really putting it all together. He just looks like the hitter he was when he first was called up. And, he's never looked close to that since. But, whatever adjustments he's made this year, whatever they did with him, it's really paid off in spades. I mean, he had a little run last year before he got hurt. He was looking really good before he had that unfortunate injury that put him out for a while. But, he's healthy this year. He's playing every day, which is important. They're just trying to find a way to get him in the lineup every day. It's going to be interesting when Ramos comes back to see who sits or what the playing time is like then. But for now, I mean, there hasn't been a better hitter on the club all year.
Well, is Gary Pettis the lucky charm because he's put the Giants uniform on? He sat out yesterday watching, and today he was back at third base for the first time in a third base coaching job. I bet you he's like, what the hell? These guys didn't hit when I was in here. Now look at them. They're hitting everything. And good smile on his face. A great article written on by John Shea, wrote about him being a Giants fan, a big Willie Mays fan. grew up in Northern California. Of course, he was a third base coach with Dusty Baker as well as Ron Washington. A good man down there. Ron Wotus just did not want to do it full time. And, of course, Hector Borg tried it, and the game was a little bit too fast for him. And I think it was a good move to kind of stabilize third base. What do you think of that move by hiring Gary Pace?
Oh, I thought he's a great baseball man, and just a wealth of knowledge, and he's been around, and he's won, and he knows what it takes. And on a staff run by on Vitello's staff with a guy that has coming into the season has no pro experience, having a guy like him and like Ron Washington both there, I think it just is going to pay really big dividends. And like you said, they needed somebody. Wotus didn't want to do it full time. I mean, he would have been a great hire if he felt like coming back, but he deserves his retirement. So I don't think they could have made a better hire. There weren't too many other guys floating around that I think would have been as good of a hire as that.
Dave Tolbert joining me for a few more minutes on Sports Phone KNBR. Well, Matt Chapman's getting hot. 3 home runs this week, 1 home run in 2 months. I'm sure you watch on NBC Bay Area. He says, I'm just feeling better. I'm getting better swing pass. I'm getting a little more whip in the bat. We've seen it. I'm seeing it, and I'm sure you have too. It's just a different approach. The hands are staying back a little bit more. The contact is getting louder.
Right. He's driving the ball. He's getting the ball in the air more. He was grounding out all the time. Everything was a ground ball. He wasn't getting any lift on any of his swings, and he does look like a better hitter. But we've seen Chapman for a few years now, and he's a streaky hitter. He's going to have cold snaps. He's going to have hot streaks. It's just that his cold streak lasted a lot longer than it normally does. But I still think he's going to end up with the similar numbers that he puts up every year, and he can get hot enough to carry you at some points. But it's nice to have, like, another thing, like I mentioned, having Eldridge in the lineup, the length of the lineup. When they flip-flopped Eldridge and Chapman, that seemed to kind of light a fire under Chapman, and he's looked great in the 2 games that he's batted behind Eldridge. So I think having Eldridge in the lineup to lengthen it out a little bit, to not put as much pressure on these guys, to be the ones to drive the offense, I think it just helps. It helps having another threat in that lineup. It makes them a more very dangerous offense.
Well, let's talk about Bryce Eldridge real quick. 20 for 70 coming into the game today, hitting .286. He goes 2 for 5. The one-line drive caught the pitcher. And I tell you what, if that pitcher catches that ball, Cabrera, he might turn that into a double play ball. So that was really a bang-bang play. He gets the base hit, and from there, Cabrera just went straight down south. Hitting the ball well, making good contact. You see some expressions on sometimes when you see Bryce where he said, he missed that cutter today. You saw him like flinch a little bit, like, how did I miss that? How did I miss that pitch? But I love him being in the lineup. I'm sure you do too. A lot of Giants fans want to see this 21-year-old superstar because I really believe he can be a prolific superstar in the major leagues, and we're starting to see a little bit more out of him playing daily.
And definitely. And what's most impressive to me, and you and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, is that he's not exactly hitting for power yet. He's not hitting home runs. He's not just swinging for the fences every time. He's going back up the middle. He's taking what pitchers are giving him. His hitting tool is way more advanced than a lot of us were led to believe. And I knew he was a great power hitter. I knew he had the potential to hit 30, 40 home runs, but he looks like he can. He can hit. He's more than just a pull happy power guy. He knows what he's doing up there. He's got a plan up there, and for a young guy, that's really impressive. That's been the most impressive thing to me. It's just how he can, he takes walks. He can work a count. He can take what a pitcher gives him. And for a 21-year-old, I mean, it's really impressive. It's been something to watch him. And I thought he should have been up earlier, but again, I'm not paid to make those decisions, but it sure is nice to see. It sure is nice to see a Giants top prospect performing well, because they've had a lot of misses over the last few years. So it's nice to see one living up to his reputation.
Well, in the 7 games on this road trip that he played going into today's game, he was 12 for 24. I don't think fans realize that. 12 for 24. He was 6 for 12 in Milwaukee, 6 for 12 in Colorado. So you take a look at that, 12 for 24 coming in, and he goes 2 for 5 today. I'm sure he loves looking at that scoreboard now, seeing 293 rather than 150 that he was for a good long while.
Oh, absolutely. And, I was upset that they sat him in Milwaukee against Harrison. I wanted to see what he could do. And, I know it was a tough lefty, but, a guy like Eldridge is tough for anybody to face. He's the one that I think that they should be worried about, not the pitcher, So I think that I hope that he's earned more of a shot against, tough lefties or righties that are tough on lefties. I don't see how you can take him out of the lineup right now unless he just really needs a day off. But he should be in there every day because, look at the difference. It's like a completely different offense when he's in there. It's really great to see, and he's slowly but surely moving up that lineup. He's going to be hitting in the middle of there pretty soon, I would imagine.
Well, you got 2 right-handers going the next 2 games, so most likely he's going to be in there. Most likely we're going to see the same lineup tomorrow. Luis Arraez, his name's sure coming up in a lot of trade talks, and of course one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball. Is it something to think about? Is it something to say maybe the Giants will hold on to him? Or do you think if it gets down to the wire in July and somebody offers 2 or 3 prospects for him, do you think the Giants let him go?
Well, I think they have to be realistic. And, they dug themselves such a big hole in the beginning of the year. And I know they're only 8.5 or 8 going into tonight out of the 3rd wild card. But, they've got a lot of ground to make up to even get to 500. So, stranger things have happened. We've seen teams go on runs and, but I think they have to be open-minded to moving Arraez. I really like him. I love watching him hit. He's really impressed me defensively, the work he's put in. And, he's the kind of guy that I could see the Giants wanting to hang on to. But if they decide that this is a lost season and, they're not going to make a run for it, he's probably their best bargaining chip. And the other thing you have to think about is that when Ramos comes back, if he's going to go back into left field, and where are you going to play Casey Schmidt? And second base would seem like the most, the most obvious answer. And if that's the case, then Arraez becomes even more expendable because, Schmidt's your guy long term. So, it really depends on how they think the team's going to do. If they think that they have a 3rd wild card run in them, I have my doubts. I'll put it that way. But I would think that it would be Arraez or Ramos. That's who you're choosing between. And Ramos is younger, and Arraez is just here on a 1-year deal. But stranger things have happened. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's dealt. I just think the Giants they've dug themselves too far of a hole to really seriously contend for anything. And moving him, you wouldn't lose a lot if you can just slide Schmidt to second base, put Ramos back in left field. They're not the hitters that Arraez is, but if you can get prospects for him, I think that's probably the way it's going to go.
Dave, as we finish up here, the probables tomorrow and Sunday, Landon Roop and Trevor McDonald. Landon Roop really got bashed pretty hard in Milwaukee, came out and said his lower back was hurting, kind of kept it to himself, really didn't talk much to management, coaching staff, or trainers. Threw on the side. He's ready to go tomorrow. A lot of pressure on him. I think there's a lot of pressure on him trying to get 5 or 6 innings, and he's just kind of lost the effectiveness that he had with the sinker and a curveball, and all of a sudden now he's walking a lot of guys too. Matter of fact, the whole pitching staff, it seems like they're walking a hitter an inning.
Yeah, and the 2 guys that had 2 rough outings the last time, and I mentioned it on Twitter, on X today. Where would this team be right now if they had some semblance of a pitching staff? Like if they had, if they got more from their starters, if they got more from their bullpen, with the offense they have, they should be right in the middle of things as far as the wild card goes. And guys like Rupp, guys like McDonald, they counted a lot on them because they didn't really make too many additions, big money additions. They had Mahle and they had Hauser, and those haven't worked out. And it's just, it would be nice to see them bounce back. Rupp looked so good at the beginning of the year, and I don't know if the league's figured him out. I don't know if it's a mechanical issue. I don't know if he's hurt more than he's letting on, but I think tomorrow is going to be a big test for him, and it's going to go a long way in determining, what the rotation looks like going forward.
Well, you start looking at numbers, and I think numbers mean everything when you start looking at his last start in Milwaukee. 4 innings, 8 earned runs. Arizona, he threw pretty well, 5 innings, 2 earned runs. Arizona before that, 6 innings, 1 earned run. The last outing in Milwaukee, they kept him in there, I felt, too long. I've said that before about Tony Vitello protecting some of his starters. He did that with Robbie Ray also when they had low earned run averages. And when you get 8 earned runs, you balloon up in that earned run average. And sometimes I wonder if Tony understands that, and maybe Message should be saying that a little bit more to protect that pitcher, protect that starter, because he's out there every 5th day. And I think that was one big issue I had in that game. But then you look at Trevor McDonald, who really now is slotted in this rotation, and he's been pitching consistent. 3 earned runs in Milwaukee, 3 against Arizona, 7 earned runs against the White Sox. That was a tough outing. Just couldn't get out of that inning. And now he's got a little pressure on him as a young 25-year-old. He's got to get out there and perform, and it's going to be a night game. It's national televised game. He's going to have to really throw better than what he did in Milwaukee.
Yeah, that White Sox game was I hope it was an anomaly because, like you said, he just couldn't get out of that inning. But, 5-6 innings, 2-3 runs, you really can't ask for more from a guy back into your rotation. It would be nice if he could, if he proves to be a little bit more than just a back of the rotation option. But like you said, 2 big starts coming up. These guys, Mahle's going to be back at some point. They have to figure out what they're going to do with him. I can't see I'm sure they're going to want to try and get more out of him before they decide what they're going to do. And, I think these guys are pitching for their spots, and I wouldn't have said that about Rook last month, that's for sure. But, those last few starts, I don't, like you said, I don't know if he's injured. I don't know if it's a mechanical thing that he just needs to tweak, but tomorrow's it's a big one. And McDonald too. It'd be nice to, like you said, national TV. It's one of those games where you really want to show out. And, maybe with the offense humming like it is now, these guys aren't going to feel as much pressure to keep the ball, to throw perfect. And maybe they'll have a little less pressure on them. And, maybe they'll just all flow from there. They're taking the optimist's point of view for that.
Well, Dave, score 18 runs, get 19 hits, and it's pretty easy to go 5 and fly. I could do that.
Yeah. yeah, maybe you can probably get a couple innings, Bill.
I don't know about a couple innings, maybe a couple hitters, but that's about as far as I can go, Dave. But Dave, thanks again. Thanks for joining me on a Friday. Appreciate it. Hey, we finally got a win to talk about.
Yeah, and a heck of a win too. So maybe let's keep it up next time.
All right, Dave, thanks so much. That was Dave Tobner. Follow him at GG Giants on X. Does a great job over there. All right, I'm Bill Lasky. This is the KNBR Sports Phone Show, 415-808-KNBR. Let's get the phone lines ringing. Let's talk more Giants baseball as we continue right here on the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back on KNBR with Bill Lasky on a Friday, and a happy Friday to everybody out there, especially Giants fans, as the Giants win today 18-3. That's right, 18 runs. They scored 12 yesterday against Milwaukee. They got 30 runs in 2 games. Keep it going, boys. Keep those bats swinging, and let's see if you could do it again tomorrow. First pitch right here, 11:20's first pitch on a Saturday afternoon. So Landon Roop's on the hill, 5-6 with a 4.2 earned run average. And Ben Brown, a right-hander for the Cubs, he's 2-2 with a 1.92 earned run average. Coming up in a little bit, I sat down with Dennis Pelfrey today. Of course, he's the Double-A manager of the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Boy, they are having a great season, 35-18, best record in the Eastern League. And I brought this point up to him today when I talked to him. Who's a better team? Who's got a better average, a winning percentage, even a better winning record than you? and he had no idea. And last night I looked through all the minor leagues, A-ball, AA, and AAA, and would you believe it, the Eugene Emeralds, that's right, the Eugene Emeralds, the high A division of the Giants, have a 37-17 record. 37-17, and AA in Richmond 35-18. Pretty impressive. You got to talk about Kyle Haynes, Randy Wynn, the two gentlemen that are really working the minor leagues. Every division from AAA, AA, High A, and Low A are all in first place. Congratulations to all of them and continued success. But I'll be showing you that Dennis Pelfrey interview in a little bit. All right, let's go to Sacramento and talk to Daniel. Daniel, you're on a KNBR Friday night show with Bill Lasky. How you doing up there?
Happy Friday, Bill. I'm doing great, and I'm so glad your show's on right now because it's distracting me from the NBA Finals. Spurs are my team, and I'm nervous as hell.
Well, I'll talk you off the ledge. You'll be okay, Dennis or Daniel. You'll be fine.
I think I will. But it's nice to see the Giants slaughtering like they did today, but it's not that exciting. It's fun, but the Cubs are a 500 team. It's like, yeah, what we do? Yeah, we killed them.
Yeah, but you know what? Aren't those fun games, though? You don't see that many of them, Dan. You never see them like that. In Milwaukee, they scored. Colorado, they scored. It's the ones in between where you win 1-0 when Logan Webb pitched, and some of them you lose 5-4. Hey, I was a pitcher. I hated to see the opposition score 18 runs on us. The next day, you want to shut them down. Sometimes that's hard to do. Sometimes that's easy to do. The hitters sometimes can hit one day, and the next day they strike out or they go 0 for 4. So ups and downs in baseball.
Yeah, and the last 3 wins, we erased the negative run differential we suffered in Milwaukee the first 2 games. So.
I saw that today after the game. I was reading the same thing. I'm like, wow, we don't have a minus number in front of us now.
Yeah, it's nice. 3 solid, and then of course that 19-6 with Colorado. That was satisfying too because it was really hard to watch Colorado hand them their butts the first 2 games. Especially
I think the bottom of the 9th inning, that gut punch on the first game of the road trip, that was a stunner. You talk about Caleb Killian going into Colorado, never pitching there. Susac behind the plate, never catching there. They kept trying to throw the breaking ball, and it just didn't work. It was flat. Then you see him come in 2 days later. I think he threw 1 breaking ball out of the 6 fastballs he threw. So he learned pretty quick about Colorado.
Today, after the game, I was at a cigar shop, and all my buddies there are sports fans, and we put on the movie Moneyball for some reason, and because my buddy is an Angels fan, so he's suffering like we are, and we're starting to think like, is this season with what seems to be nonsensical or just weird movements of the Giants kind of remind you of the A's of 2002 when they made trades nobody can figure out, and all of a sudden they were winning games like crazy? Could this be one of those seasons where they just come out of nowhere?
You never know. I had a caller earlier talk about the June swoon. All the players knew about it back in the day, especially if you had winning records going into June and all of a sudden somebody starts slumping. You lose a couple games and everybody starts, is this a June swoon? It does change too. It changes to the positives too. Teams get hot in June, and after the All-Star break, you see teams just come out of the chute winning 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10. It does happen. It does happen where you get win streaks. Let's go to the Cubs. They won 10 twice. They lost 10 once, and they're a 500 team. So what does that tell you? Teams can win 10. And they can falter and lose 10. It's the game of baseball. That's why you can't give up on a team when they're losing, and you can't get too high on a team when they're winning. It's got to stay even keel. Every coach in the big leagues will tell you that. Every coach in the minor leagues will tell you that. When you make a good outing, great. Don't worry about it. Think about it. Let's go to the next one. And I think that's what the Giants have to do. You always hear this, Daniel. Win series. You pick up a game. You pick up 2 games. That's all the Giants can do is just keep winning. And so far, 3 in a row, and hopefully they can win the next 2.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. And You know, I'm one of those emotional fans. I get really tied up. And last season, I was really thinking we had a chance to see the Giants hit in at least the postseason. The way they were playing into mid-June, and then they tanked, and that was gut-wrenching. A lot of people blame.
And then all of a sudden, you know, do you remember this, Dan? And then they got hot. They got hot in August, and they got hot in September, and then you were wondering, well, you just, you know, blew our whole bullpen apart, and then they were trying to reach for pieces to try to piece it together. And I thought that was a hard thing to do for Bob Melvin, J.P. Martinez. The pitching bullpen just wasn't there, just like this year. It's guys that are hit and miss. This guy's pitching well. Now Keaton wins the closer. Caleb Killian was doing well. He gave it up. Now he's the setup man. So different seats for the different parts of the bullpen. Somehow, some way, the bullpen's got to get more consistent.
Yeah, and I think Melvin drew the short stick. You know, I think them firing him after they renewed his contract said a lot. I don't think they would have been more successful if they kept him, but I don't think they would have been less successful.
That was a tough decision. That was a tough decision Buster made, especially giving him that hope to come back the following year. And then they pulled it away from him. That's tough. And now Bob's back with the Athletics in the front office, making decisions on different things. But he's back in baseball. Bob Melvin's a baseball guy. Tough decision, and now you're sitting here with Tony Vitello with no major league experience, no professional experience, and he's learning on the go. I don't know what happens in that clubhouse. Rah, whatever's happening, he's got to get some impact out of these players. And he's trying. There's no question he's trying. I like how he's interchanging the lineup here and there, and I'm glad he's putting Bryce Eldridge's name in his lineup every day.
Well, when I was watching the game today, it was the Cubs announcers that I was listening to on the TV, and it was kind of funny because one of them said, "Yeah, if you look at Rube, if you just grow out his beard, he looks like a Russian nesting doll. If you open him up, the coach comes out." Said,
wow.
Yeah. It was hilarious because they were saying he looks like the coach. They kind of do resemble
twins. They're twins, right?
Right.
Well, Daniel, thanks for the call. I appreciate it, and I hope your NBA team, I don't know which one it is, I hope they win for you tonight.
Thank you, brother.
All right, let's go to Pacheco and talk to Dino. Dino, you're on a Friday night sports phone show with Bill Lasky. How you doing tonight, my friend?
Bill, first of all, I want to say hi, and I hope you're having a great day. And I love you. I just want to tell you that because we all got, that's just the main thing in this world is love. But first, anyway, besides
I'm right there with you, Dino. And let me throw something back at you, Dino. You and I talk a lot, and I appreciate you always calling in. And some of the things we disagree and agree on, and that's what I love about talk radio, because you can tell me your opinion, and I'll tell you my opinion, and we kind of talk it out. But one of the things you do, Dino, and I love it, because you talk pitching, and I know you want to talk pitching tonight, and I'm right there with you. There's a lot of question marks on this pitching staff right now. So I'm going to throw it to you. What do you think the Giants need to do?
Bill, I don't want to change the subject, but I didn't call for pitching. I didn't call about pitching.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to call.
All right.
I wanted to be straight up about something, Bill. That's what I like about you, Bill. Almost 100% of the time you're straight up. You've always been straight up, and that's what I've always loved about you, Bill. And I've questioned you.
I'm waiting for you now, Dino. That's okay. So, I'm ready for you, Dino.
The reason I called, Bill, is not for you. This ain't about you, but the reason I called, Bill, is I think it is such a shame, and the way they did that third base coach. I mean, it's just unbelievable. He was not the problem at all. Not even close to being the problem. They're 26-38 right now. What are they on, a 2-game winning streak right now? Yeah, they scored a lot of runs lately. Okay, 3. Oh wow, that's amazing. But that's wonderful. But anyway, I mean, to fire that man of a job of a lifetime, and he had nothing to do with a bunch of 200 hitters or below. It's just incredible. Because at the time, at the beginning of the season, the pitching was doing good. It was the hitting that was really sucking. And for a long time.
So can I explain to you, Dino, why they let go Hector Borg?
That's okay. I don't even want to hear.
No,
it
I want to explain it. Let me explain it to you. Hector Borg. Hector Borg was a coach in the minor leagues, coached third base, very well known through the Giants organization. Really was one of the nicest guys and humans you'd ever meet. They put him at third base as in the big leagues. Never was in the big leagues. Third base coaching box is fast. Games are fast. Arms are better. Outfield speed is better. If I told you, Dino, 18 outs were on a base pass by Hector Borg, even pushing them from second to home, pushing them from first to third, bad base running, guys getting picked off. What would you say if I told you, Dino, 18 guys have been put out at bases when you're at third base? What could you do? How could you change that? Because those are factual evidence. That was number one in Major League Baseball before they made that change.
Well, Bill, a lot of those were in like real close ball games. So they stood out. Any mistakes by a third base coach in a 19-run game ain't even going to be talked about.
Well, not in a 19. I'm talking about close games. You remember a couple of them were at home. Jung-Hoo Lee, I remember, almost hurt himself sliding and he was out. A couple base plays from first to third when Arise was coming first to third, and all of a sudden the ball was there and he got thrown out, getting picked off at second base on a pickoff play. Third base coach got to be saying back, 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 back. These are things that he wasn't doing. And I think what happened was that he wasn't ever making excuses. He took it like a man and said, hey, I made the mistakes. But when you're looking at 18 outs on the base path, it's not about him. It's about his decisions. Nothing about Hector Borg as a person, as a coach, as a human being, a baseball guy. But decisions are made on impact. Tim Flannery, Ron Wotus, Joe Malfitano, these guys were all good third base coaches because they were impact kind of coaches. And they held them before they sent them. I think he was just the opposite. I think he tried to push them to try to steal a run, and most of the time they were out.
That's right. I hear you, Bill, on that point. That's a good point. But but the main thing, he definitely made mistakes. But the main thing was their offense. They talk about mistakes. Those batters were just pitiful. It was, and they still are. Their record's pitiful.
I know, Dino, but we're not talking about the offense. He's not the hitting coach. He's more of a defensive coach. He's more of the guy that's got to be the captain of the ship when he gets in that third base coaching job. He's got to make sure those runners are moving at the right places, the speed. A lot of them between first and second take a peek at him to come to third. He's that decision maker. And I think what's happened here, the decisions were made too abruptly, too quickly. The game was too fast for him. They didn't fire him. They sent him back to the minor league. Sure, it's egg on his face. He's disturbed. He's upset. And I'm sure a lot of the coaching staffs are upset too because he was part of the mix. But when certain situations happen like this, they made a change. Ron Wotus sat in there for a good week, did a great job. Now you got one of the best third base coaches in Gary Pettis out there as a veteran leader. And the first game he's up there today, 18 runs scored, and so he did a good job today. But, Dino, things happen in baseball. I've seen pitching coaches get fired. I've seen hitting coaches get fired right in the middle of the season because they got to have change, and sometimes change, you want to win. And when you're losing like the Giants were, I think he was the scapegoat.
Yeah, he got scapegoated. That's my point. He definitely got scapegoated, and it's a shame. It's a shame. Pettis ain't going to be the reason that these guys, scored 19 runs today. He's not the reason.
No, I'm joking with you. I'm joking with you there. But Gary Pettis is a more stable third base coach, over 20 years there. He was the third base coach with Ron Washington, third base coach with Dusty Baker. He understands the game, 68 years old, looks in great shape. And what I love about him, he grew up in Northern California, and he was a huge Willie Mays fan. So when he put the Giants uniform on the other day, he said, man, I'm in glory. I'm wearing what Willie Mays used to wear, and those are good storylines.
Well, yeah. Don't you think Borg said the same thing when he put that uniform on? I mean, he got scapegoated, Bill. That's all I'm saying. He's a third base coach.
Decisions were made, and decisions were made on his mistakes, and I think that's what he looked at. You have to look at mistakes, and sometimes when coaches make mistakes, it's bigger than what that record is. And I think you and I are both agreeing on this. The record showed him the door.
the record showed a lot Bailey at the door. The record showed it should show a few more people at the door too. But anyway, good talking to you, Bill. Wonderful talking to you all the time.
Daniel, thanks again, and I thank you bringing that up because that's a good point to bring up and discuss. But thank you again for your call. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Dennis Pelfrey's coming up next, the Richmond Flying Squirrels manager. I spoke to him earlier today, doing a fabulous job in Double-A. Wait till you hear some of these stats, some of these pitchers and players are doing. So that's coming up next. We're going to dive into Double-A in Richmond, Virginia, and talk to Dennis Pelfrey right here on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky on the Sports Leader.
We want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sports Phone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
Welcome back to KNBR, the Sports Leader, with Bill Lasky. My guest today, he's the Double-A manager for the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Let's bring in Dennis Pelfrey. Dennis, how are you today?
Doing pretty good, Bill. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, Dennis, thanks for joining me. And I think the first thing we got to look at is leaving the diamond, 40 years at the ballpark. and you moved into a beautiful ballpark called CarMax Ballpark. Tell me a little bit about the change, and how do you like this new ballpark?
You know, I've been, this is my 5th year in Richmond, and, you know, the past 4 seasons spent at the Diamond, and, you know, that place, you know, will always hold a special place in my heart. I think that, you know, it was the best place that I've ever been from a baseball experience, whether as a player or a coach. And, you know, it's still special to me this day. And I think, you know, one of the best things about the new ballpark is, you know, my view from the first base dugout, you know, when we're on defense, is kind of staring right at the Diamond still standing there. So really, really cool spot. But I will say that CarMax Park is a lot like going from, you know, the iPhone 1 to the iPhone 16, you know, in 1 year. So it is indescribable how awesome this place is. And, you know, I think the ownership group and, you know, everybody involved, front office, with the design and all the details, you know, felt like they spared no expense and made this place basically a mini Major League ballpark.
Well, Dennis, Richmond Flying Squirrels play in the Eastern League, so far from the West Coast. In a recent interview, you said it was the best league in minor league baseball. Of course, in the Eastern League, you got to deal with a lot of weather and travel. Tell me your reasons why you said that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to it. I think that, you know, from a talent standpoint, at least from where I've been, and it's hard for me to, you know, I guess throw facts about it because I haven't been in the other, you know, minor leagues. I've only been in the Northwest League and some independent baseball. But, you know, just from looking at the talent and seeing the guys over the years that come from this league that go into the big leagues and perform really well, is a huge factor in itself. But like you said, the weather, the travel, we have a mix of really everything from heat, humidity to rain, you know, popping up out of nowhere, some snow at times. I think that it's very challenging from a travel standpoint for these guys to get up and, you know, get the work in and perform every single night. And I think that, you know, it's a testament to, you know, the organizations and the coaching staffs across the league and, you know, just every part of it, I think is really good. And it would be hard for me to believe that another league is better than this one.
That voice you see here on KNBR is Dennis Pelfrey. He's the manager of the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Well, Dennis, you have a great start so far, 35-18. And there's only one other team that's got a better record than you in all minor leagues. And I searched this yesterday. It's the Eugene Emeralds. They're 37-17. Is that amazing to you? Both of you guys are in the Giants organization, and both of you have the best records in minor league baseball. It tells a lot about the organization.
Yeah, I think that, you know, when you're looking through Twitter and some of these places, you see that, you know, sometimes the rankings that come out for, you know, player development for organizations, and, you know, we aren't really regarded as one of the better ones, I think, in some of those things. But just this, you know, seeing this year, and you look at all 4 of our affiliates, you know, outside of Arizona, we're all 4, I think, right now sitting in first place respectively in each of our leagues and or divisions or, you know, what have you. But I think it's just a testament to Kyle Haynes and the message that he brings every single day. And I think that, you know, from a player development standpoint, things that we've been talking about and implementing over the last 4 or 5 years are finally coming to fruition. And you're seeing the fruits of the labor from the staff, from, you know, all our coordinators and, you know, delivering the message from Kyle Haynes and what it's about and how we're going to play baseball. And honestly, it's not a surprise. I mean, we have Jacob Hayward, who's a phenomenal coach. He was a great player for us. He played for me. And, you know, I foresee him kind of coming after me as far as being a good manager type thing. So it's a little competition between us and the other guys. And I think that's healthy. And I think it, you know, again, like I said, it's not a surprise. You know, Villegas and San Jose doing really good there as well. And Brundy up in Sacramento and AAA, just leading our guys and continuing that message.
Dennis, it's always great to have a roster for the full season, but that's not what you're there for in AA. It's called player development. Moving up guys to AAA, moving up guys even to the big leagues with Jonah Cox. But 2 pitchers that got up to Sacramento, Joe Whitman and Matt Wilkinson, Tugboat, both pitched very well for you. Tell me a little bit about both of these guys before they moved up to Sacramento.
Yeah. Joe Whitman, I think, you know, last year with us showed flashes of being the guy that he's supposed to be. You know, he'd come out and throw an absolute gem, one of the best pitchers in the league. And then the next start was just okay. And then he would sprinkle in a decent start and then another really good one. So it was more about consistency for him. And I think this year he showed that. I think he got stronger and better every time out. I think he was just named pitcher of the month in the Eastern League, which, you know, I think we've had both months. So we've had the pitcher of the month and Darian Smith last month and then Joe Whitman this month. So it's just the work that he's put in and figuring out how to keep his good mound presence and composure and have that last throughout the game was, I think, a big stepping stone for him. And, you know, I don't see anything standing in his way, continuing to move up and being a part of our big league, you know, pitching staff here in the near future. As far as Matt Wilkinson, I think, you know, he was the guy who threw against us on a Tuesday and threw really well against us. I think we put up 2 runs. And at that time, you know, we were putting up 7-8 runs a game, I think. So he kind of shut our offense down a little bit, and then 2 days later, he's walking over to our clubhouse. So, and I think he threw 3 games for us here. But I think, you know, we saw very quickly that the competitiveness and what he brings to the table on the mound, that mound presence is fantastic. And he goes after hitters, attacks, throws strikes, and he's going to give himself a good chance to have a good game and give the team a chance to win. So, I wish I could have had, you know, both those guys for a little bit longer, but like you said, this is what it's about. And I think, you know, we had a team meeting the other day about these things when Jonah got called up to the big leagues straight from here, just talking about opportunity. And it's very easy for coaching staffs or even the team to feel kind of, you know, we lose some of these key pieces to move up to AAA or even the big leagues. And it's like, oh, you know, we're not as good anymore. And that's not the case. And it's not about trying to replace those guys because they're all irreplaceable. It's finding the next guy, you know, the next, maybe it's Maui Ahuna or, you know, Sabine Ceballos or, you know, Tristan Vreeling, any number one of these guys. Now it's their opportunity to kind of shine and showcase themselves and get their opportunity to move up as well.
Well, what's great about a pitching staff, you have other pitchers that are pitching pretty well. Tyler Vogel, outstanding season so far, 3-0 with 7 saves, a great earned run average. And then you look at Jack Choate, 5-0 with a 1.99 earned run average. You've had both of these guys in Richmond before. How much have they graduated? How much have they matured in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I mean, huge strides for both those guys and a lot of the guys here. And I think that, again, what makes this league, going back to your earlier question, the best is the fact that guys will get here. And I think it makes it tougher for our organization too. And there's a couple other ones in this league where, you know, from the Northwest League where there's 6 teams. So you get to kind of have a good feel for a team. So you get a little bit more confidence whether you're pitching against them or hitting against them. So numbers may or may not be inflated a little bit from that aspect. And then they come here and now it's a 12-team league, totally different teams we're playing for the most part, and trying to figure it out at a, in my opinion, a very, very high level. And, you know, a step away from the big leagues, in my opinion. And I think that it kind of rattles some guys at times and they try to do a little bit too much early on. And just like Joe Whitman, it's really trying to figure out how to manage the game. As, you know, from a pitching standpoint, we're talking about those 2 guys, Choate and Vogel, and trying to understand, like, it's not about your ego fastball because you're not going to throw, it doesn't matter if you throw 100, you know, hitters are good and they're better here than they were, you know, where you came from. So throwing 100 isn't it. It's about being able to manage those things and throwing the changeup when you need to throw the changeup, throw the breaking ball when you need to throw the breaking ball, throw a ball when you need to throw a ball, when you try to get some chase, those type of things, trying to just figure out how to play the game, so to speak. And I think that those 2 guys, you know, are a testament to that. And I love having them here because they're able to talk to the guys that haven't been here as long and how to hopefully navigate that faster for each guy.
Dennis Pelfrey, the manager of the Richmond Flying Squirrels, joining me for a few more minutes on KNBR. Let's look at the offensive numbers. Of course, everybody looks at Bo Davidson, one of the greatest athletes in the Giants organization. 8 home runs, 29 RBIs, playing center field. Love to hear your take on his defense, his speed, of course, his agility, and being that ultimate athlete. What do you think about Davidson so far as it's 60 games or less season so far?
Oh, he's electric. I think that's the term I would use. I think every time he steps in the box, you feel like the other team feels it, the fans feel it, we feel it, like something big's going to happen. And I think that It's a nice presence that he has in the box. He runs the bases really well. And defensively in center field for us, we talk a lot about it. I work with the outfielders, mostly here, and I think that we talk a lot about he likes to think of it as being like a defensive back in the NFL, where he's just going to go intercept passes. And last night he robs a home run straight away dead center on a line drive ball hit as well, where it wasn't like a high fly ball where he gets to the fence and can time the jump. So he's going to come out with some really big time plays for us. He's going to make some mistakes too, and that's part of it. But the sky is the limit for this kid and what he can be. And, everybody here in the stands knows his name just because of those things.
Well, Dennis, Parks Harbor, who comes over in a trade from the New York Yankees, had a great spring, ended up pulling his hamstring. He's come on pretty strong, hitting over 300, 7 home runs, 28 RBIs. Playing the outfield also. What have you seen out of him as a defensive player? And then tell me a little bit about his offensive numbers.
Yeah, defense. I mean, I'm really excited about what he's been able to do just the short time he's been in the outfield for us. And again, last night, I'll bring it up. He made a really nice running catch on a line drive going back to his right that, typically you wouldn't see out of a guy who's, not necessarily transitioning, but trying to learn a new position. But we talk every day, and, he's one of those guys. He's very, very smart. He's able to apply things quickly. And I think, which is a tool that we don't really grade, and I think it's something that's very valuable for guys that can apply information immediately. And I think that's what he does defensively, and then offensively, that's what he's always done. You can tell how he talks about his at bats, how he talks about how the guy pitched him that at bat, all those things. So those are unbelievable, great tangibles that I think that sometimes get overlooked when you're looking at raw numbers and things like that. You can look at the home runs and the batting average and the fielding percentage and all those things, and it looks good, but understanding how he's getting to those spots. And for me, a guy like that, it's going to translate everywhere he goes, whether it's AAA, big leagues, he goes and plays in Japan, wherever. I think he's going to hit, and he's going to play good, solid defense everywhere he goes.
Dennis, you played minor league baseball for 6 years. Of course, it was independent league, A-ball. When you go to manage, you're knowing how the minor leagues work. It's a difficult position for every player. I had a manager back in my day in the minor league said it doesn't matter what you have on your chest. The goal is to get to the big leagues. How do you tell them, hey, there's going to be tough days, there's going to be good days, but the goal is to get to the big leagues?
Yeah, I mean, that hits right at home for me and how I talk to our guys. And the message from the very beginning is, I have our guys, we wear flying squirrel stuff on the field because we are a part of the Giants organization, but we are playing for the Flying Squirrels, and we're showcasing ourselves for all 30 Major League ball clubs, because at the end of the day, I believe all of them can make it and all of them have the skill set to be in the big leagues, but it's going to be very, very difficult for all of the guys in that room to play for the San Francisco Giants at the same time. So, so part of that, you're showcasing yourself for every team and creating value for yourself. And I think, and then we tie it in with the team standpoint where it's one of those things, if we play well together and we can learn how to win, along with developing ourselves individually, I think they go hand in hand. But what happens is when we're one of the best teams in minor league baseball from a win-loss percentage, other teams and other people start watching closer, and I think then we get a guy called up straight here from the big leagues. And now it's like, well, what do they got going on in Richmond? And why is it so special there? So they start watching, and then you start finding players that are like hidden gems, so to speak, and then you start getting asked for trades and all those things, and that's kind of how it rolls. But I think that understanding that where you're at right now, dominating this right here, because everything, getting to the major leagues, getting to AAA, those are all just opportunities that come available, and we just got to be ready and prepared when we get there. So the final message I have for the guys virtually every day is, I want you to be more prepared for the big leagues when you leave here. So that way, when you get to AAA, it's basically you're just waiting on that call. Like if you're a big leaguer when you leave here, then that's the goal.
Dennis, last one for you. I read an interview where somebody asked you about a spirit animal, and you said, I would want a werewolf named Lambo. And it was mostly about Lambeau Field, and it was fortitude. Love to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, so not necessarily a spirit animal. I talk about having a character on the field. I'm a big movie guy, so I tell a lot of stories and talk, movie quotes and things like that. And what I talk to the guys about is that when we go out on the field, I separate the two things. Where our work, I want them to be selfish in the work for themselves and selfish in the game for the team. And when we go out on the field, we're playing a game. We are virtually entertainers, and we are here to entertain fans basically, and showcase our abilities. And so they can go out on the field and have not necessarily a split personality or something like that, but like a character when they go on the field. And so that way, anything bad that happens on the field doesn't happen to them. It happens to their character. So if you think about like superhero movies and things like that, where, Superman, he's awesome. He does a lot of things really well, but he does have some holes in his armor, so to speak, with kryptonite or, whatever it may be. And so throughout these movies, when you guys are watching these movies, you see some of the troubles and some of the negative things that happen to even the best of the best, the superheroes. But at the end of the day, they come through it because they're positive and they have faith in their abilities and things like that. So for me, when I go on the field, I kind of get into this character, and his name is Lambo, and he is kind of a werewolf / human kind of morphed thing. And it's all this thing that I've conjured up in my mind of what he is. And the closest thing I can say is he's like one of those werewolves from the movie Underworld, where he can kind of turn or whatever when he needs to, and has a little bit more, fight, I guess you would say, to survive type thing. That's when I'm on the field. I kind of go into that character, and I have this persona, and I have a lot of things written down in like a journal on what his characteristics are and what he looks like and what he's wearing. And so the more detailed you are in that character and that role, the better you're going to perform in that role on the field. And, I talk about actors like Christian Bale is one of my favorite, if not my favorite actor. He can play a bunch of different roles and sell you on those roles. And then you got Liam Neeson, who really kills one role where his daughter gets kidnapped, and the other ones are kind of just okay. You know what I mean? So how much detail and how much emphasis you put into this character that you have on the field is going to allow you to really open up and become the player that you're supposed to be on the field.
Well, the Giants are lucky to have you, Dennis. It was a fantastic conversation with you. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll definitely catch up as the second half continues.
I really appreciate it, Bill. Thank you.
Dennis Pelfrey on KNBR. More coming up right here on The Sports Leader.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, back on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky on a Friday night. Hope you enjoyed that conversation I had with Dennis Pelfrey. What a manager. Good manager right there for young prospects, learning the game. And boy, he just does it the right way. And some of the ways he spoke to me about different ways he approaches players and pitchers. The Giants got a good one in Dennis Pelfrey, and he's doing a great job in Richmond. As I said, one of the best records of all Double-A teams. And the whole Giants organization, props up for all of them. Sacramento, Richmond, Eugene, San Jose. Hey, don't look any further. They're all in first place. Very well done. Kyle Haynes, Randy Wynn, and, of course, all the coaching stats at each level. Rebounding on today's game, 18-3, the Giants win. 6 times they've hit grand slams. That's the number one, really the number one thing that you could say about the Giants' 2026 season. Since May 17th, think about that, May 17th, they hit 6 grand slams. 2 by Bader, 1 by Devers, 1 by Haas, that was just done in Milwaukee, 1 by Chapman, it was done today, and 1 by Adames in Colorado. That's some bold hitting at the right time. I mean, you can't come up with an adjective for it because you don't think about it. Bases loaded, you're not thinking about it, and then when it happens, it's like, wow, they hit another one. And today, that was the same way I felt when Chapman hit his in the 4th inning. Then you start thinking about other home runs today. Casey Schmidt hitting his 14th and 15th home run of the season. 14, 15, he's got 15 home runs, and it's June 5th. 38 RBIs, just having a magnificent season. Then you go down a little farther. Willie Adames, everybody was all over him when he was hitting under 200. He's hitting 250 right now. He goes 2 for 2 with 2 walks and 2 home runs. His 10th home run, a 2-run shot in the 1st inning. Then he hit his 11th home run in the 6th inning. Man, just a great game by both of them. And then, of course, Matt Chapman only getting up 1 home run in 2 months. That's it. And guess what? He's got 3 of them this week. 3 of them, 2 today and 1 in Milwaukee. So you know what? You're starting to gel a little bit, starting to see a little more offense. Yes, Bill, it's only 1 game, but it's 2 games, really. They scored a lot yesterday, 30 runs in 2 games. But this is what we've been expecting, isn't it, Giants fans? This is what we're looking for. Sure, they're laughers at 18-3, but yet I'd love to see a laugher every day. I would love to walk out of a game in the 5th inning and knowing you got 10 runs on the board. It just doesn't happen that way. But this team is hot right now, and this is where they got to continue to win. 3-game win streak right now. They got to continue. When you come out of a slump and there's still 12 games under 500, you got to have a win streak. I talked earlier about the Chicago Cubs having 2 10-game win streaks, 2 of them. But they also had a 10-game losing streak. But this Giants team is set up right now where they can get going. We talked about Bryce Eldridge in this lineup. We talked about Jung-Hoo Lee, a 13-game hitting streak. These are 2 manufactured players that are doing well in the middle of the order. The top of the order is starting to gel. I wasn't really keen on Casey Schmidt hitting leadoff. I am now because he's making great contact and he's putting the ball in play, hitting 290. Everything's going his way, and let him hit. Let him get 6 at-bats. He got 6 today. 4 for 6, scored 3 runs, 3 RBIs. Nice leadoff hitter. And you just start mounting an attack, and I think that's what they got to do. Landon Root tomorrow on the hill. He's 5-6 with a 4.2. Took a tough one in Milwaukee. Gave up 8 earned runs, so I'm looking for a better outing out of him tomorrow. Against Ben Brown, a right-hander, 2-2 with a 1.9. On Sunday, the game is now at 5:30. Trevor McDonald on the hill, 2-3 with a 4.5. He's got to get better. Against Jamison Trilin, he's 2-5 with a 5.13. One of the things that he has a problem with, keeping the ball in the ballpark. He's given up 20 home runs. 20. Italian has given up 20 home runs. When he gets ahead of hitters, he's pretty good. When he gets behind, it's a launching pad. 2 games the Giants can win. Will they win? Let's hope so. That's all we can do. Coming up next, I sit down with a good friend of mine, Fernando Vina, second baseman, lives in Sacramento, now he lives in Lake Tahoe, and he watches the Giants exclusively. listens to the show. We talk a lot about some of the guests I have. But Fernando and I have been talking about Luis Arraez. And Fernando's had 2 Gold Gloves at second base with St. Louis Cardinals. He was also an All-Star in 1998. But one of the things he does, he teaches. Teaches college kids, high school kids, all about the game of baseball, not just second base, all around it. He's a great instructor. And when you hear him speak, you can tell he's a good instructor. And just the way he talks about playing second base, hitting the ball, the techniques of baseball. If you're a coach out there, if you're an infielder coach out there, listen to this interview because he tells you a lot of different things, but he also tells you a lot of things that Arraez is doing right. And some of the things he says, it's about footwork, balance, and one of the key points, eyes. And I never heard an infielder coach talk about that. Eyes on the ball, eyes in the ball until you catch it. So sit back, listen to this. Fernando Vina and I talk a lot about Luis Arraez, but we also talk about the art of infield, the art of hitting, and base running. Coming up next, Fernando Vina on Sports Phone KNBR, the sports leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. I'm pretty happy to bring my guest on, a good friend of mine. 12 years he played in Major League Baseball. He was a National League All-Star in 1998. Beautifully done. 2 gold gloves sitting on his mantle in 2001 and 2002. He's in the Brewers Wall of Honor, and he's also in Arizona State University's Hall of Fame. Let's bring in Fernando Vina. Fernando, how are you today, buddy?
Doing good, Bill. Thank you, buddy, for having me. I appreciate the time.
I appreciate you coming on. I got to start here in Sacramento, where you are. Sacramento's been a bed of Major League Baseball players. You go from Derek Lee, Dusty Baker, Greg Vaughn. The list goes on. How did all these players happen to be living in Sacramento?
Oh, it's I tell you what, it's a hotbed in Sacramento. I actually live in Lake Tahoe now. I'm up the hill a little bit, but growing up in Sacramento, just so much talent. You know, whether you're baseball, football, basketball, just a lot of talent, a lot of good teachers, and a lot of kids that are hungry to make something of themselves. And I think that's what kind of brought so many great players with Dusty, with Jeff Blauser, Vonnie, Ricky Jordan. I mean, you name it, Jeff Yurton, so many guys, so much talent, and it continues to be that way. So it's awesome to be part of that.
Well, Fernando, tell us how you got signed. I was looking at a couple of times you didn't sign, and then I guess you went to a Rule 5 draft. Tell me a little bit how you got to be a Seattle Mariner your first couple of years.
Well, I started off obviously in high school. I had some great years in high school, Valley High School in Sacramento, and I thought I'd get drafted. I signed a letter of intent to University of Oklahoma out of high school, and that didn't pan out. And I wasn't drafted, so I ended up going to JC. And the University of Oklahoma thing didn't. I figured I'd stay in town, and I ended up going to Cosumnes River Junior College to grow up, get my grades, and get my AA degree. And that first year at Cosumnes River College, I led the state in hitting. I think I hit 550 or something that year. It was crazy how it went. I felt kind of like Luis Arraez out there in the junior college level, you know, staying on balls all over the place. But, yeah, that's where it all started. I was drafted by Greg Orr after that year in junior college. Wasn't the right opportunity. I didn't sign. Ended up going to Sac City College the following year, and with Jerry Weinstein, who's and Paul Carmazzi, 2 guys that are just incredible baseball guys, teachers, and they taught me so much of the game and helped me grow up. I needed to grow up, you know, so you learned about yourself and mature and be a better ball player and a better person. I think that's all where it happened. And I didn't sign out of junior college, got a full scholarship to Arizona State University with Jim Brock, and he helped me a ton. I led the pack in hitting there at 387 my first year. Got drafted in the 9th round with the Mets, and that's where it all started for me. I signed with the New York Mets in 1990, I think it was, and I played I played a couple minor league years, had some good years with the Mets in A-ball, low A in Columbia, South Carolina, and then Florida, Port St. Lucie, Florida was an all-star. And after that year, in 92, the Mets didn't protect me. I needed to be put on the 40-man roster, or a team could grab me in the Rule 5 draft, kind of like what the Giants did with Daniel Susac this past year.
Right.
Same idea, same draft, same type of deal. And thanks to Jesus and thank God, I was picked by the Seattle Mariners. Woody Woodward called me at 6 a.m. one morning and told me that the Mariners had taken me, and I mean, you can imagine how happy and grateful I was to be part of them. You know, all of a sudden I was going to go from A-ball to the big league camp with the Seattle Mariners. Lou Piniella is my manager. I'm going to be in the clubhouse with Ken Griffey Jr., Randy Johnson, Norm Charlton, Omar Vizquel. So you can imagine where I was. You know, I was on eggshells. So it was a blessing, and that's where it kind of all started for me. The Mets drafted me, didn't protect me, and then I made gratefully made the big league team in '93 with Seattle Mariners.
And you look at it, it was a great foundation playing through the Mets system and getting an opportunity with Seattle. But were you always a second baseman? Because most infielders play short, third, other positions, maybe in the outfield. Were you basically a second baseman, or did you play all over?
You know what? In college, Bill, I played shortstop at Arizona State. I was an everyday shortstop. I had good feet, obviously, and close to the ground, and good hands. And and I was a shortstop. But once I got in pro ball, I've always had good, quick hands, and I've always have been really good at keeping my feet on the ground, which makes you quick. And I could turn that double play, and that was my bread and butter. And in the big leagues, that's where it started for me in Seattle. Obviously, we had a Gold Glover, Omar Vizquel at short, so I played second, and we turned some incredible double plays, and that's kind of where it all started for me. And you know, Bill, being in the big leagues, once you get a taste of the big leagues, and once you can look around and you say, man, I belong up here, that gives you a lot of confidence, and that's where it all started for me.
It sure does. And playing second base, like you said, you had Omar Vizquel in Seattle. You had Jose Vizcaino back with the Mets. And then you ended up having Jose Valentin. Some great shortstops. And I always ask this, as you get into playing second base, the communication between shortstop and second base, you got to have that flow going at all times. No one worries around the bag, knowing how to hit the bag. Where does that all start?
It all starts in practice. Just getting reps together and feeding each other and knowing what the tendencies are and recognizing where you're going to have different balls. And, you know, the short, like for me as a second baseman, I had to know what my shortstop strengths were and how he would feed me. Would he lead me? Would he take me behind the bag? What would it be? So in a you know, everything speeds up in a big league game. So I could really trust it and take chances in a big league game and go out and get balls. And, you know, you end up turning double plays that no one would think you could turn. And man, it's a big help for your ball club and your pitching staff, and just getting reps and tendencies and really, really working a lot with your third baseman. Scott Rowland in St. Louis, I'd take a ton of ground balls and double plays with him. Edgar Renteria, with Valentin, with Vizquel, with Ozzie Smith in St. Louis. I mean, just getting reps, and you get the feel of everybody's tendencies. And once you can get that under your belt, man, it makes the game so much easier. And obviously when you get those reps in, the confidence, it just goes through the roof.
And that's kind of where I want to go. 2001 and 2002, when you wore your gold gloves, Edgar Renteria was your shortstop, knowing how deep you can go. And back then, they didn't have many shifts. We still shifted on a few players, but nothing like it is in Major League Baseball. When you look at the shortstop, they always had open mouth, closed mouth on different pitches. How important was that for you to communicate on what pitch was supposed to be coming the next time and how you were gradually going to play it?
No, that was big. I mean, that's obviously how we play it, who gets the bag, who doesn't have the bag, who's going to be there with the pitcher, ground ball to the pitcher, and just knowing, again, what each guy's going to do. And that's you know, the way it's got to be when you're up the middle and when you're going to, you know, game speeds up on you. And guys, at that time when I was playing, guys were trying to take you out big time, you know, sliding into second base. I never forget Ricky Henderson taking me out, and luckily I was up in the air, so when he did hit me, it would hit my body, would go with his body, and you wouldn't, you know, tear anything in your knees. So it's part of the game that you have to know each other's tendencies again and be on top of it and kind of anticipate what's going on before the ground ball or the pitch is even thrown. You, the shortstop, you got to know exactly what can happen, what can take place, and you got to visualize what might happen and be ready to go once it does happen. And that's huge as an infielder with my shortstop or myself at second, leading a double play or starting one or turning one. It's just part of the game, and you got to be ready.
National League All-Star Fernando Vina joins me on Sports Phone KNBR. The game's changed. We all, back in the day, the second baseman, shortstops, they blew them each other up. Of course, the big one was with Albert Bell, just blowing you up. You never even saw it. He hit you like a locomotive. Those things don't happen anymore because they protect the infielders. A good thing for baseball, or maybe they go back when we played and you had a chance to take guys out. What do you think about both ways?
Yeah, I mean, I liked it when I played. I mean, that you had to be – there's an art to turning a double play. There's an art to getting out of there, and there's an art to feeding a shortstop. And I don't know. I just liked it a lot more than these days that you can just kind of – you can sit on the bag and have lunch and turn the double play, and you're good to go. You know, it's really, really – there's not a lot of pressure, I guess I would say. So, I liked it when you had to really be quick. You really had to work on your footwork, and you really had to, make sure you got your feet. You're only as quick as your feet being down on the ground on the earth. I don't care how quick your hands are. If your feet aren't down, you can't turn a quick double play. That's just the way it is as an infielder. So, I liked it that way. Obviously, they're protecting players these days, and that's the way the game has gone, which is fine. And you make the best out of it, and you still have to have your feet down, and you still want to be quick. And I mean, I think speaking with you, Bill, and part of the Giants, you look at, we'll get there with Luis Arraez, and man, he's special.
Well, that's where I was going to go next. You follow the Giants. You and I spoke earlier about Luis Arraez learning to play second base. I was looking at some of the numbers. 2023, he played with the Marlins at second base, played in 134 games. He really didn't play that many games at second base in the big leagues. And you got to adjust because he played first base with the Padres, a designated hitter. He told Buster Posey, I want to play second base. Ron Washington, one of the best. So they started working together. So far, he has been playing outstanding. And you even commented it to me about his footwork, how he throws the ball, how he gets balance. What have you seen out of him so far?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and big positive influence is Ron Washington. He's great. He knows exactly what to do to get you right and be the best. So, it surprises me that Luis Arraez wasn't a second baseman or didn't play second base in San Diego. I mean, I'm watching him, and to be a great infielder, in my opinion, it all starts from the ground up. Mm-hmm. And you got to have your feet on the ground. And you look at that Luis Arraez, and he's a guy, as an infielder, you always see him. His feet are always close to the ground. He pre-pitches, and everything's always close to the ground. And that's key because you want to make sure when that ball crosses home plate, you want to make sure your feet are down. So as an infielder, you can identify balls. You can kind of get your jumps right or left. And that's the only way to be a Gold Glover, in my opinion. You got to get your feet down early. And if your feet down early, then you can react and your instincts can take over. And man, Arraez has been special with that. I've been really keeping a close eye on him all year long. And I've enjoyed watching him play second base. It's been a beauty. And I love the way he smothers the ball with his eyes. At second base, he smothers it defensively. And on the other side of the ball, when he hits, he smothers the ball with his eyes. So it's kind of key for him to be great. You have to smother the ball with your eyes, and he does it both ways. When he hits, his eyes are on the ball after contact. When he fields a ground ball, his eyes are on the ball through the play. He doesn't ever leak. So that's what makes him so good, with his eyes on the ball and his feet always on the ground, and he has taken off. He's a special guy for me.
That's a great point, Fernando, especially watching the ball. When you always say watch the ball into your glove, watch the ball hit the bat, it's always your eye contact. And one of the other things I've noticed is that slow roller where you're trying to barehand it. One of the tough plays because, hey, you're coming in from second base and you got to throw an angle to first base. How hard is that to do?
That's a tough play, but again, it all starts with your footwork. If you're ready before the play even starts and you're visualizing and thinking about maybe that play happening, you can do that. And I've really been, again, keying on Arraez, and he's ready. He's ready to go for any type of play. So when you're able to do that, you're able to get good jumps and your instincts take over, and you're able to round a ball like that. And when you keep your eye on the ball and he smothers it with his, I like to always tell kids, and George Kistel would help me. God bless him, rest in peace. He would help me so much and really, push me to always almost like swallow the ball with my eyes as much as I could. And that would help me make that routine play and never make those cheap errors anymore. And once I started doing that, I started winning Gold Gloves. And I see a lot of that with the Arraez, with Luis. He's a special player offensively and defensively because he swallows the ball with his eyes. He just takes it all in. He doesn't take anything for granted. And when you do that, you won't make cheap errors. And you also make great plays, and that's what he's really showing. And it all starts, again, from the ground up. His feet are down early. He's able to visualize, and he's in a good balanced position before the ball's even hit, so he can react. And, boy, has he reacted this year.
Fernando Vina joining me for a few more minutes on Sports Phone KNBR. Some of the managers you played for, you mentioned Lou Piniella, Tony La Russa, Dallas Green, Phil Gardner, the late Phil Gardner, Alan Trammell. Some fantastic players as managers as well as leaders. What'd you get out of most of these managers?
No, I was blessed to be able to have these type of managers, starting with Lou in the big leagues. He was tough on rookies, and he taught me a lot. I mean, you had to be fired up. You had to be ready to go. When you made mistakes, he didn't mess around. He let you hear about it, and he taught me and helped me grow up. Lou was great. Tony La Russa was special. I mean, he's just an incredible, knowledgeable guy, and he would run through a wall for you. So as a player, you always want to run through a wall for Tony. Phil Gardner, the same way. These guys are just, they love the game, and they're so knowledgeable and just cerebral, towards the game. And with all of them, Dallas Green also with the Mets. I mean, these guys, just were able to command a room, and they led a room. And when guys take you under their wing and they let you know how much they care about you and your family and what you're doing on a baseball field, it just kind of inspires you as a player to keep digging and be the best you can be. So these guys, I was blessed to have these leaders. Alan Trammell also. I mean, they're all incredible players also, and Hall of Fame guys. And when you have those guys backing you and supporting you and putting you in the lineup, man, it was a special feeling.
Well, Fernando, after 12 years, your batting average was about 285, 116 stolen bases. But these next two numbers really influenced me on how you played the game. 194 doubles, 49 triples. The speed you had and the instinct running the bases was exceptional. You worked at it a lot, but it was the instinct once you hit that ball, how you cut the corners. How was it with you when you did that and you knew exactly the instinct of going for 2 or going for 3? That's all embedded in you. How did you learn to do it, and how did you perform so well?
Bill, I practiced it. I had a lot of reps of working on cutting the bags, working on how I rounded the bag, where I hit the bag. I always made sure. I remember Lou Brock helping me a ton in St. Louis. From going down the first base line on a bunt, on a close play, you don't ever want to hit the top of the bag. You always wanted to make sure you hit the front edge of the bag, and that made a big difference with being safe and out on a lot of plays. Same when I would hit a double. You learned how to round the bag, where you would hit it. You'd want to push off that corner, so it would give you a little push off to the next bag, and it just taught you how to be a good base runner, and you had to practice it. You had to get your reps in, and I mean, I had 2 inside the park home runs. I had the first one at Pac-Bell Park, or with the Giants. I hit the first inside the park home run ever there. I think Ichiro was the second guy, and I hit the first one at Miller Park in Milwaukee also. So these are things that you had to take pride in it. You had to work on them, and they were important to me. I wanted to be a overall great player. I tried. You never know if you can be, but you try to be the best you can be. I didn't want to leave anything out there. So I really worked hard on my base running, on my leads, my secondaries, how I cut the bag, like you said, Bill. Defensively and offensively, I tried to be the best I could. I just wanted to try to be a complete ball player so I could help all the teams that I played on the most possible way that I can, because I was blessed. Thank you, Jesus, for giving me the ability to play this game. And I had to, you just got to get reps in. You got to practice it. And that's what made me so much better.
Fernando, what a great pleasure to talk to you today. So a lot of things on defense, and you were superb in defense, and you had a good offensive career also. But when you take a look at the whole thing, I just want to congratulate you on 12 years in the major leagues. That's tough to do, and you did a great job playing baseball.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. I appreciate that very much. I had, played almost 13 years, and I was able to do it at a high level. And again, I was blessed, and I never took anything for granted. And to this day, I keep digging and be the best person I could be and the best ball player I was, and I keep going. And nowadays, I like to look at guys and watch guys and key in on guys like Arise. And I mean, he's going to be a platinum player, I believe, this year, because he's going to win that batting title, and he's going to be a Gold Glover. So that's a special guy, and I'm excited to keep watching him and listening to you, Bill, with your interviews and your shows. I'm very appreciative.
Well, Fernando, thank you for your time. That was Fernando Vina on Sports Phone KNBR. More coming up right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, back on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. Great interview with Fernando Vina, good friend of mine. And, you know, like I said, we talk a lot during the season, and he loves listening to all my interviews. And he really wanted to talk about Luis Arraez. He just loves watching him play, and as you could tell, his heart in watching to him. And it was great. It was just great to hear him. And I hope coaches out there and players out there listen to him, because there was a lot of insight about how to become a good infielder. And he's got 2 gloves on his mantle, so he definitely knows what he's talking about. So the Giants win today 18-3. Not much from the Cubs. So I kind of talked to a good friend of mine, Jesse Rogers, one of the great insiders, MLB.com. You see him on ESPN. You see him on Baseball Tonight. Really insight about the Cubs. So I talked to him earlier today also to get an insight about what the Cubs are about. They win 10, they lose 10, they win 10. They're about a 500 team overall. So I sit down with him, and we're going to talk a little about Cubs coming up next. So we'll learn a little bit about the 2026 Chicago Cubs, in which the Giants have 2 more games this weekend. And then the Cubs come to Oracle Park next weekend. So 5 more games with the Cubs. You're going to know a little bit more about them as I sit down with Jesse Rogers. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Phone KNBR.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
Welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR. I'm joined with a guest who writes for ESPN.com, and he follows the Chicago Cubs. Let's bring in Jesse Rogers. Jesse, how are you today?
Good to be with you, Bill. I'm doing great.
Jesse, last year the Cubs finished 92-70. They lost Kyle Tucker, but they added Alex Bregman. Tell me a little bit about the Cubs this early in the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really streaky team, as I'm sure everybody knows that's following baseball this season, because they've won 10 games in a row twice and then lost 10 games in a row. It's funny how it landed on 10 each time, not 9 or 11. And it's very different than last year when they got to 92 wins. It was much less streaky. It was very 2 out of 3 win type series and things like that. Here it's been very different, very extreme, which is harder to that, and certainly the fan base is kind of, and I think a lot of us, especially offensively, are asking that question as well. To summarize their offense, it is deep when it's going well, but it's not top heavy. It doesn't have a lot of slug. It doesn't have a Schwarber or an Ohtani or someone like that in it to kind of carry the day when the rest of the lineup is slumping. And so that's why I think you've seen some extremes offensively with this team.
Jesse, Craig Counsell starting his second full year as the Cubs manager. How's he been doing writing these lineups up, like you say? And the same thing about the pitching staff. The pitching staff has been inconsistent also.
Yeah, well, they've had injuries in the pitching staff, so you really can't blame Counsell for that. They lost their number 1 starter. The number 2 starter, Matthew Boyd, he's due back very soon. Back was Justin Steele. He's been delayed after Tommy John arms available. It's also tough on a manager when veteran hitters aren't producing to the back of their baseball card. Number 1 on that list probably is Alex Bregman, who is hitting 250, but it's a lot of singles. Not a lot of slug there. It's lineup, it's provide a lot of slug. There are some guys that hit home runs, of course. Ian Happ has 13. But he's been trying to find the right combo to kind of unlock it again. But, you know, veteran players have to just produce. That's the bottom line. You can move them around, give them a day off. Eventually your star players have to produce. And that just hasn't happened consistently, Bill. And that's been a problem for the Cubs. So he's certainly pulling on his hair for sure.
Jesse, Pete Strong, PCA. I love it when the crowd starts chanting that. He's had in this lineup. What have you seen out of him that he is not producing the numbers that we expect him to see?
He's actually been one of their better hitters, so maybe the bar is low. If you look at on base and things like that, he's improving. You remember, Bill, he's only 24 years old.
Right.
He's got a lot of talent, a lot of athleticism. If I told you I don't worry about PCA, that might surprise you, but that's kind of how I feel. He provides a ton on defense. He's twitchy. He's going to run into some home runs. He hit one the other night against the Rockies, against the A's. And, he's leading off these days. That's a lot of pressure on him. And I actually think he's been giving better at bats than some of the veterans on the team. So you got to give it some time with young players. I think PCA's numbers will increase. Already his on-base percentage has gone up compared to last year. So I actually think he's coming along just fine.
Just looking at his batting average, hitting a little over 240, but you're absolutely right. 8 RBIs, 12 stolen bases. He is getting on base and driving in runs. I just looked at that batting average. I think he's a lot better, but I think you're right. Waiting a little longer into the season as June and July comes around, I think he'll start getting a lot better with the at-bats.
Yeah, and the walks are up. That's a key number for any hitter. If the walks are going up, that means you're seeing the zone well, and eventually you're going to be swinging at some hitters' pitches. So, yeah, I think as pitchers learn that he's not going to chase as much, he'll get some better pitches to hit.
When you look at overall numbers, the team is hitting about 238, middle of the crowd of 30 teams. You start looking at earned run average, the same thing, around 17th overall in 30 teams. And then you look at the record, 500. It seems like it all pans out.
Yeah, isn't that funny how that all works? Like over time, you end up where you should be. Run differential tells a story. So even if you're winning 10 in a row and losing 10 in a row, it doesn't really matter about the streaks. Where are you in this moment? And they are playing like a 500-ish team, which is kind of shocking considering the expectations and the start they did get off to. They went 20-3 over a span of 23 games early. That vaulted them into first place. And since then, it's been downhill. So, yeah, these are all issues and very surprising to Cub fans. And the other thing, Bill, is you're just not sure, what the way out of it is. One way is to get healthy on the mound, I suppose. Matthew Boyd, Edward Cabrera have been out. Get them back, and maybe you can win some games on the mound rather than relying on your offense.
Jesse Rogers joining me on Sports Phone KNBR. You look at the NL Central, all 5 teams are 500 or better. Something very unusual as we start the month of June. You've seen pretty much all these teams. Are they pretty equal to what the Cubs can throw out there?
Well, the Cubs should be better than a couple of them. They're just not showing it. I mean, St. Louis has been the big surprise to me. I just didn't think they'd have sort of the experience or wherewithal or depth to stay in the race this long. But they have. I'm not sure that they can for 6 months, but so far they have. The team on the rise is the Pittsburgh Pirates. I didn't really believe in them in February and March, but they have waves of pitching they can throw at you, and their hitting is just good enough. They're scoring more lately than ever, and Connor Griffin, is getting his feet under him. So Pittsburgh's the team to watch. They're playing well right now. I think Cincinnati is who they are. I don't love that team. I think they have holes. I think St. Louis will regress. It's the Cubs and to me the Pirates to battle behind the Brewers, because right now I can't see anybody catching the Brewers. Of course, things change over the course of weeks, but right now Milwaukee looks like the same old Milwaukee Brewers, a dominant team.
Jesse, we talked a little bit about 2025 earlier, but the Cubs seem to play better at Wrigley Field than on the road. Their winning percentage is a lot higher. Is it just home field advantage when it comes talking about them playing in Wrigley?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, look, Bill, they won 15 in a row. Now they've lost their last 8 at home. So it's hard to know, at least going into the weekend, they had lost 8 in a row. It's hard to know exactly, where that lies. But in general, I think Craig Counsell's done a good job of capturing what advantages you can have at Wrigley Field and playing to those advantages. There's a couple pitchers that really do well when the wind's blowing in, not as well when it's blowing out. I think the offense can adjust to that, the climate and the temperature and the wind better than the opposing team. So I think they've done well in that category. But look, if you're not hitting, it doesn't matter where you're playing. And right now they're not hitting very well.
A couple more minutes with Jesse Rogers. Of course, you can read his work at ESPN.com following the Chicago Cubs. Looking at the weekend series, do you believe Jordan Wicks might get a start? It looks like Jameson Taillon will be one of them also. What have you seen in this probable pitchers for Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, I don't think Wicks is coming back up. They sent him down, and he's had troubles. I don't think it's going to be him. Matthew Boyd's got one more rehab start, so he's not going to be back for the weekend either. So, their options have been Cabrera, who's coming back from a blister, Javier Assad. Craig Counsell mentioned earlier in the week, that's a right-hander who's in the minors right now. They're kind of saving him potentially for this weekend. So I think Assad could be the guy that's not in the mix that could get into the mix. But Wicks had his chances, and they optioned him quickly because he struggled in 2 starts.
Yeah, Jameson Taillon's been pitching pretty well. The big number that jumps at me is the home runs given up, 20 home runs. But in one of those starts against the White Sox, he gave up 5 home runs in one game. What have you seen out of the right-hander?
Yeah, he's aging a little bit, Bill, and so his stuff isn't as sharp as it once was, which means he needs to be sharper. He's a first pitch strike kind of guy, and if he gets behind hitters, watch out, the home runs are coming. He's a fly ball guy. When the wind's blowing in, he'll have good outings, which he did earlier this week. When it's blowing out, it's trouble for him. It really is trouble. So the stuff is 93, 94, not 96, 97. So he can be gotten to, but he's still smart. He's still crafty. And if he gets his first pitch strike over, he'll be a good pitcher. If he's behind guys, the home runs come. That's the bottom line, Bill.
Jesse, you look at the Cubs bullpen, a couple of young arms, a couple of veteran arms. Who pops out at you as possibly a couple of best relievers?
I mean, Daniel Palencia, the closer. He was the hero for Team Venezuela in the WBC, really gained confidence there. They've had trouble getting him the ball, but he is their best arm. You know, maybe Counsell should deploy him in the 8th inning in a big moment rather than just waiting for the 9th. That's a possibility. Other than that, they've had some mixing and matching. I mean, Phil Maton is a name. He got a good contract, but he hasn't been very good. So they've gone to, kind of journeyman like Jacob Webb for a right-hander. Hobie Milner's been good from the left side. But they've been searching for right-handers because Maton's been struggling. They've had some injuries. Hunter Harvey's not even pitched for the Cubs. He's on the shelf. But Maton's been the one guy that's really been puzzling because normally he can spin the ball really well. But when it's not spinning right, man, it'll flutter into the zone and becomes a cookie for hitters to hit.
Well, Jesse, thanks for the preview for the Cubs. Should be an interesting weekend series. The weather's got a big question mark on it, but it's always a pleasure talking to you, my friend.
Bill, pleasure talking to you, and I hope you're doing well. Take care.
That was Jesse Rogers on Sports Phone KNBR. More coming up on the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR. keeps rolling. Live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR as we close out a Friday night. Giants win earlier today, 18-3. First pitch tomorrow, 11:20, right here on KNBR. Landon Roop against Ben Brown, two right-handers going at each other. I want to thank my guests today, Dave Tobner from the SF Gate, Fernando Vina, a two-time Gold Glove winner, National League All-Star, Jesse Rogers from MLB.com, and Dennis Pelfrey, the Richmond Flying Squirrels manager. You can hear all those on the KNBR podcast if you missed any of those after the show. I want to thank my producer, Ryan McCarthy. Did another great job, Ryan. And tomorrow we're going to do it again on the Extra Inning postgame show. Following the game, we'll be right back here on KNBR. Two great guests tomorrow. I sit down with Carson Whisenhunt, having a fabulous year in AAA. Just got the Minor League Pitcher of the Month award for the month of May. And then I sit down with the Chicago Cub Hall of Famer, and that's Derek Lee. Derek Lee's from Sacramento, a two-time All-Star, a World Series champion, three-time Gold Glove winner. Two great interviews tomorrow after the game on the Extra Inning postgame show. Have a great rest of the Friday. I'm Bill Lasky. We'll talk to you tomorrow. More coming up right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's two in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.